Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, a lot of shopping happened. You travelled from Bainmore to Luxor. You plucked a man's spine out of his back, replaced it with a metal one, fortunately. You got your ship upgraded, and Juno got a smiley face drawn on her office wall. Same time, Ceiko met his kid, Oscar.
Yeah.
He is a small child. Not really
He'll have
much
it done
more
soon
to
And apparently he had assassin attributes or aptitudes, so that's something.
I mean, yes, he's the kid of an incredibly skilled Ordo Xenos sniper and a Ordo Sicarius sniper.
Yeah, no, Mayor's the Ordo Xenos guy. We're the Ordo Malleus team. It's okay.
And that's why that child should come over. And that's why that child should come over to Auntie Amelie and learn to do sword play, so he can ignore all of that sniping talent.
That's how you turn into Uncle Marco.
Ceiko will cover his kid's ears. No, that kid is learning guns, boy.
Yes. For whatever you do, don't be like Marco. Actually commit to one path. Otherwise, you're going to be like 5,000 XP in debt and not quite as good as the others.
There's something respectable about being a generalist. It's okay. Marco's very useful.
Mm-hmm. Not really in combat, more just knowing,
Yeah,
criminal spy shit. But
Percy was a
he's a pretty good
generalist,
sniper too, from what I recall. This, the one time he tried to go into melee, he got blended by a Chaos Marine, which, fair. Happens to the best of us. Literally.
Yes. Well, one day I am sure Amelie will get a chance to for vengeance on the now Demon Prince.
Ha! I already have vengeance. I NTR'd him from his sword.
It's true. It's true. That just means he can get another sword. A bigger sword.
That just
slightly worse sword.
That just means we have to be the sword power couple. Which means eventually the rematch will happen either way.
That's
We'll
my
come
man.
Full circle.
You get your own man. I mean, wait.
Wrong sword. But either way.
Ladies. There are enough tentacles for everyone.
See, he was much more handsome when he was in his armor. Gotta say. Frank, you really let yourself go.
Yes, when he was actually a person rather than pulsating warp goo.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
some people are probably into that, but me personally, that's not my aesthetic.
Alright. So let's zoom on over to the Luxor background.
Before we get into it, I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. Luxor is like where Mayor was when we were on Bainmore the first time, right? And this is sort of one of the worlds that he frequents.
This is the headquarters of the Conglomerate of Light, the mercantile corporation under his influence.
Right.
They, among the things they did was ship all of the xenotech he had made.
I mean, that's fine.
Yes, I think he was on Elysium last time you were on Banemore. I think it's been a while. It was certainly in this region.
Yeah, it was on one of the 2 planets, and he's got presence on both, so it's a reasonable assumption for Juno to be like, oh yeah, Mayor's probably here.
Probably. That means I have to find him if he's not.
So, you do have a meeting scheduled with Cedra at some point, Juno, but is there anything you want to do first?
Let's see. I don't think anything comes before that at this point, no. Nah, I'm sure Cedra will not have a freak out. This will be fine. Ceiko will be with her.
Yes,
all right. Yeah. She will present herself at one of the boarding umbilicals. That's the word. An armsman will inform Ceiko that she's here and then get her up towards the ready room where the meeting is due to take place.
Juno is now sitting underneath a smiley face only she can see.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I assume... Well, are you going to come and attend it with her, Ceiko?
Yeah, why not?
I think it'll be me, Cedra, Ceiko, and Augie, probably.
Sure. And presumably Amelie hiding in the ceiling. She does that.
A lot.
I'm very happy to have Amelie hiding in the ceiling, yes.
Yes. The good news that will hopefully mean she isn't here to kill you is that she has brought the kit.
Ah, excellent. All right. Fears abated. Unless she's Mayra in disguise. No, I'm sure it's fine.
No. The kid is Mayra in disguise.
That would actually be the funniest shit I've ever seen. I will
that'd be
die of
amazing.
laughter and also die in the game.
I mean, now I've said it, I'm obviously not doing it. Or am I? Am I double bluffing?
Who's to say?
But, that is something that is technically possible within the realms of polymorphine.
I didn't know you could become that small, but alright.
You can turn yourself into a rock.
Really? I thought you could only mimic other humans. Or humanoids, rather. I know you could do Xenos, but...
No. One point in one of the books, a Calidus assassin just decides, oh, I'm about to be exposed to a vacuum of space. Evolve into crab.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, alright. I mean, fair enough. I, too, would evolve into crab in that condition.
Mm-hmm. Yes. She will come in with a beaming smile. Hello there.
And you must be Saedra. I understand that you and Ceiko are considering moving in together. You must be a truly remarkable woman to have pulled our stoic scout sniper out of his shell.
Well, thank you. I mean,
Please.
it wasn't actually that difficult. Just offered him sandwiches when we were in a hide together.
Juno will consider this for a moment. Well, that's still more social interaction than I think any of the rest of us have gotten out of him after a year.
You should consider, being sneaky and actually being able to hang out while he is, all hidden. And you do look really quite nice for a sniper scope, but it does make talking to you quite difficult.
Alas, I am one of the least subtle people around.
This is also true.
If that isn't the most Warhammer pickup line I think I've ever heard.
You look great through a sniper scope. Yeah. Actually, that sounds more like a Metal Gear pickup line. Say that.
That's because that's because that almost was.
Exactly.
Like twice.
Exactly.
I'm not even talking.
Well, anyway. I just wanted to have the chance to meet, and before you and Ceiko make up your mind, just set a couple things straight so that there's no confusion. I don't hold any ill will towards Lord Mayor or any of his acolytes, despite everything that happened, I guess, 4 years ago now. I truly can appreciate his ideals. It's just the methodology he employed was unacceptable to me and mine. I intend to run a clean ship, Saedra. There's a reason I'm proudly flying my ancestral colors, and my fiancé's as well. We want to walk a higher and gentler path than he did. There'll be no assassinations or anarchic rabble-rousing or breaking off on your own to go get eaten by a demon and eat a planet. We work as a unit here, as a family. If that's acceptable to you, then I look forward to us working together.
I mean, do you sort of have to wonder what I'd be doing with you if there's a big kibosh on assassinations? Also, Marco, wasn't he? He's still around, right? And that's basically all he's good at.
Yes, we have had remarkable uses for snipers without having to pick off unsuspecting people yet. Ceiko's shot down missiles out of the air, and he's covered us while we fight dragons from a kilometer away.
So designated marksman-y things. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it's not that bad, really. Less impact per bullet, but still pretty good.
Yes, we've gotten plenty of mileage out of Ceiko and Marco so far. So, a third DMR on the team is going to be quite helpful.
Heads up for you. I know Marco can handle himself real well up close. And Ceiko, at least, has that cybernetically attached machine gun. I'm really kind of crap at anything less than 10 meters.
Juno's just
It's something.
Crane her head slightly towards Ceiko. If something gets within 10 meters of you, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Ceiko did start with a face and more limbs.
Yeah. It's been rough.
But hey, that is another good reason to have an extra sniper on the team so that you can cover each other, rather than people teleporting next to Ceiko and obliterating him, or sneaking into his sniper hidey holes.
I am still salty about that teleporting.
I would be too, dear. I would be too. Yes, we will endeavor to keep you away from the prey as much as possible. It's not always feasible to have a kilometer between our marksman and the target, but we will do what we can.
Once I get my rifle configured for marks and stuff, 200 meters is where I'll probably be best at.
Sounds good to me.
Going out kilometer ranges, I can, and I can very comfortably, but not without some prep work and atmospheric auguries.
Well, hopefully with the Vigil's new systems we can provide those if need be, but prep work we find has been odious to come by. By which I mean we tend to get ambushed a lot. Or walk into things that shouldn't be fights and they become fights. Or people shoot missiles at us. Anyway, though, yes, I will take that into consideration, but predominantly, the most important thing you'll be doing here is Juno's going to turn her little head down towards Oscar, taking care of this one.
Nani? Oh my god, that's the first time he's actually had a even vague grasp who someone is. Well, other than me. And Ceiko, but I think that was sort of accidental. When did I teach you what nuns were?
Yes, that's right, Oscar. I am a sister of battle. My name's Juno. We're going to be best friends from now on, okay? Lean down and give him a little handshake.
Sister Bull.
Sister is fine. Or Juno. Here, I got something for you, Oscar. Juno will reach under the desk and pull out a precious little stuffed animal. Little stuffed Lethan lizard. Present it to Oscar.
From within the desk, Sir Nicodemus gives a little hiss of displeasure as his new best friend is taken away from him.
Oh no, Sir Nick, I'm sorry. Didn't know.
Yes. Oscar scrunches up his brow, looks at it. Liz. Good. Juno.
I'm Juno. This is a dragon. Juno will make its mouth open, mime a little rawr.
Yes.
She'll keep you safe from now on.
He nods and points at you. Good, Juno.
Juno smiles, also realizes she's a dog now. Okay. Give him this toy and look at Cedra. He's not terribly local, is he?
Not hugely.
Oh,
Sort of know where he gets that from.
I was gonna say, I reckon he gets it from Pop. That's alright.
But at the same time, it's kind of hard to gauge developmental milestones with how funky time has been.
That is true. How much subjective time have you gone through since we were last on the same planet?
About 3.5 years for me. I know there are some people who have had it 4 years, and legally, I think it's been 8 or 6. That's
very confusing.
been really confusing. This year is. I'd swear we've had the same month 6 times.
You'll just kind of glance at August and Ceiko. Yeah, that fits. Be surprised if that was literally true. Although, we've had 99 for 6. Scrunches her brow. How many years ago did the Tau attack?
From what I know, their big offensive started 2 years ago. Or, well, what feels like 3 years ago and what is technically only 2 years ago. It's really confusing.
Yeah, I understand. It's, yeah, while we were in the warp, we got an update from Battlefleet Gothic's headquarters saying that the date had skipped multiple years, and then a bunch of captains bickering back and forth over if that was a real message or not, and now it's 99, but we only should have skipped forward 5. It's, who knows. Speaking of things that happened in the past, not to go hurtling back to talking shop, but do you know what happened to Lord Mercury? I sent him a message as soon as we reappeared and haven't heard anything back yet.
Oh, he's either dead or on deep cover. In which case he is probably also dead.
Oh. Well, that's a shame. I was rather fond of him.
Really nice guy.
He was. Very sweet man.
Had a fancy as heck pistol. Never actually saw him use it, but... Well, I saw him use it to threaten people. I've never seen him fire it, but it was fancy.
Indeed, speaking of fancy weapons, is Mayor himself here on Luxor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Boss brought me in personal. Not sure where he's gotten to.
Juno just smiles. I have a feeling he's on the ship with us.
Oh, have you been having techies have their spare parts stolen then?
Oh no, he's been writing smileys on the wall here in the briefing room. Or somebody has, and I can't imagine anyone else would.
That is entirely plausible.
I figured. Before you head out, I'll probably just ask to borrow your comms real quick and see if I can get him to just come up and say hello.
Sure. And if he has... But... if he hasn't been making contact, he probably won't answer. But at the same time, I can't really think of a smiley as anything else than making contact.
Exactly.
Like, what sort of smiley was it? Just regular?
Yeah, just regular colon parentheses.
Oh, well, not a colon D. Therefore, he does not love you. I'm
Aw.
sorry.
She'll put a hand over her heart. Well, that's even more reason to bring him up and win him over then.
Alright.
I assume you need to get your transfer approved by him anyway.
Yes. That's sort of how I noticed he had gone somewhere. Because I've been, since Ceiko and first came up with this idea, been trying to reach him to see if he could spare me. But nothing.
Well, we'll see if we can flush him out.
She will pull a data pad from one of her webbing pouches, flick it over to Vox mode, and present it to you. Already preloaded it to the frequency he'll be on. Just press here to transmit.
Okay, let's see. Juno will push on the button, lean in. Attention intruder, this is Captain Dandrick. Welcome aboard the Vigil. I appreciate the subtle notice of your presence, but certain recent traumas mean I'd prefer not to have unknown stowaways meandering the corridors. If you are on mission for the Ordo Sicarius, please make your way up to the ready room so we can discuss your berthing and any mission support my crew can provide. Feel free to use the vents if you don't wish to be seen. Plus, a very lovely sniper here would very much appreciate you signing off on a transfer order. Thank you very much. Release the button.
Alright. Meanwhile, in the vents directly over this room, Amelie, your data pad pings.
Oh? I usually have that thing turned off.
Oh, well, it buzzes or does whatever notification you have it configured to for a message arriving.
What happens when I check it?
You have a message from Narcia.
Hey, wait. What's the message say? I'll open it.
As you requested, here are a list of known underworld figures on Luxor that may be worth your, but may prove distracting for you.
The Cheshire cat grin grows very large, and Amelie's going to make sure to stay around just enough to make sure that Juno's all right before sneaking off to get into some trouble.
Mm. Now, back in the room. The datapad squelches twice. No other Vox traffic comes through.
Squelches is an interesting word. It's an
Yeah, as in,
unpleasant
like,
ringtone she has.
Like com squelching.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's like where you press transmit but don't actually say anything.
Oh, I didn't know there was a term for that.
I'm pretty sure it's squelching.
It could be. I just didn't know. TIL. Juno just glanced down at it. Is that a yes or a no?
That's just a acknowledgement.
Well, at least we know it's him. So, I'm sure he won't be getting into any trouble. Be rather alarmed if someone else was leaving psychic smileys around.
What do you mean psychic? The boss isn't a psychic.
Oh, Juno will gesture towards the little incense container. You can use psychic, I suppose, materials to leave messages. You don't have to be a psychic yourself.
Oh. Yeah, sorry. Didn't realize it meant reactive. I thought it was.
Oh. Has to be some way I saw that smiley. Jealous grin.
I don't know. He could have done microscopic scrimshawing in the wall, so you just felt it.
That would be actually kind of incredible. Like, hats off for the attempt, if nothing else. Ah, well. Doesn't seem like he intends to simply drop in from the vents, so... care to go have lunch while we wait? We can discuss you and Ceiko's quarter construction since we're getting all of that redone now.
Sounds good to you. And she is interrupted by a very subtle knock knock from the ceiling.
Come in.
A moment later, the door opens.
Oh, now you're just showing off.
Yes. Indeed, it is tall and gaunt figure of Mayoral that enters, clad in a black overcoat, and actually has his proper rosette pinned on. It's rather considerably fancier than Reeves, likely due to his appointment as Lord Inquisitor.
Is this after I've left the vents, or am I still in them?
After you've gone.
God damn it, he was waiting for me to leave.
Yes. Well, Juno will stand up and come around the table to offer him a hand. Welcome aboard, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Captain. Juno, when he takes your hand, are you in your armor, or...
No, Juno's just wearing, like, her normal habit.
Does that include gloves?
It's a good question. I would say probably not.
All right. When he touches your skin, it's very cold and clammy, and you are... and it just sets goosebumps running up your arm.
How'd the boy look in the special eyes these days?
He's never looked particularly good in them. He's got an awful... like, he is much like your Mechanicus friendos in that he has a lot of individual components. His core is still there and still alright. A lot of the machine spirits dwelling around his soul are different, and he definitely shook your hand with his right hand, but but there is a void where that should be. Indeed, his whole right elbow down, there is nothing.
Roll Sinisians to get more details. Or is it just literally nada?
It's more than just nothing. It's nothing. With capitalization. There is a hole there. A spiritual void. Probably quite unpleasant. Also, probably what caused that clamminess.
Yes, I imagine. Attached himself a blank's arm. That's weird.
Looks like it, yes.
That's real fucking weird, yo. Juno's glanced down at his arm for a moment. Glance back up. Cold hands. Can I get you some tea?
No, thank you. I have good news, Juno.
Oh, could use some of that these days.
I have determined either all of you were killed and are now meat suits being puppeted by demons, which I consider deeply unlikely, or none of you are. So I don't have to be stupendously distrustful of you. At least, I don't have to be any more so than I typically am. It was a modicum of concern when you returned after so long that you weren't you anymore. But
We very nearly weren't. We scraped by them by the skin of our teeth. But we made it.
yeah, excellent. And yes, confess I have been going around impersonating various ones of you at points to gauge how different you are. You all seem pretty much the same.
Yes. It was only a few weeks since our last meeting by our subjective perspective. Oh, I understand you've had a bit of a time skip as well, though by other means. Are you all
Oh,
right?
yes. That is a very difficult question, isn't it? I mean, what really stands as all right? I'm alive. I'm able to fight. I'm able to do my actual job, which apparently these days is politics. Never let them promote you to Lord Inquisitor. Never.
Oh, you have my sympathies.
Uh,
Congratulations
yes.
on that again, by the way. I imagine that had something to do with the Savior incident.
Yes.
Would you mind, if it's not too hush-hush, telling me what did happen there? We haven't been able to get a clear answer from even the people who were around.
Oh.
Did you just say no?
Well, he said, oh. Well, I can't tell you everything, but a super compressed version is that the orcs finished awakening some primordial demigod, and I stabbed it to death.
Oh, well, jolly well done then. Glad ancient demigods can be stabbed to death. That's convenient.
Well, it was only a demi one. And it. Well. One of the Eldar very smugly showed up afterwards and said, "Yes, good job. You defeated that which should never have been. Its aborted birth has been undone, yada yada, knife hair bullshit."
Yes, that matches up with what we heard from the Eldar on our end before we could get there.
Yes. And when I slept for a year, not actually, but Kermit. As it turns out, while the ancient demigods can be stabbed to death, they tend to explode. At least in my experience.
That does make a certain degree of sense. I imagine that's the great shadow that ensconced the planet business.
Oh, that was just when it was around.
Oh,
Yes. Anyone who was, well, came out of these great spidery things, and there was it, and this veil of darkness over all the land, and anyone who was weak-willed just dropped down dead instantly. And most people were dropping down dead by the end of it. Orcs too, which was convenient.
horrible. Aside from the orc thing, anyway.
Yes. Yes. You should have been there, except you really shouldn't have done.
No, I
Would have
can't say
been.
I'm happy to have missed it, but more can I say I'm sad to have.
Hmm. That... Stabbing was ultimately successful. Big explosion, darkness went away. I lost like more than half of my body.
Oh,
And
guess I wish I
apparently...
had been there.
Ah, it's all right. Not the first time.
Hmm. Well, I suppose you and Graves have that in common, then.
Yes. But yes, apparently I was the only one who survived long enough to be picked up by the Officio Mediguerre. It was quite a shame. Several of the saved troops were... Well, we would have done well to have kept them, but... As far as force majeure goes, and a primordial god of darkness, it's sort of up there.
Yes, well, glad anyone at all made it off.
In hindsight, I'm not.
Oh?
I knew... Someone has told you about the whole crazy ecclesiarchy business, yes?
Juno's kind of
Even crusade, they're calling it.
just bite her lip for a moment. It's come up, yes.
Yes, a lot of the saved diaspora joined it.
Oh.
Apparently, they blamed the Mechanicus for failing their world. Sought to send them to the Emperor's judgment, blah de blah de blah. And now Amy Jal has just purged everyone who went with it, purged half those who didn't, just to set an example.
Out of character. Who dat again? That's the Wizard lady?
Yes.
Former sorority?
I remember the name especially.
Yes, the former sororita.
Excellent.
I am Zal.
Jill, just nod along. I see. Well, that's about what I'd expect from her, yes.
Honestly, I'm surprised she stopped at half of those who didn't go. But she did, and I can be thankful for that. Her operation to evacuate them wasn't a total waste of resources. Just absolute net loss because of how many of them turned into heretics.
Yes, I'm sure it's not news to you after all these years have passed, but we met Smythe in the Nebula, and he's more of a heretic than lets on. He's absolutely employing chaos sorcerers.
Oh, you actually met him?
Yes.
Don't tell the Mechanicus.
Oh, no, I do not intend to.
Yes.
Yeah, he had 4 ships, and we had a piece of shit that was haunted. Glance at Oscar. A very bad ship that was very haunted. And yeah, rather than dying horribly, we went to go get the Astartes to help dispatch him. And on our way to go get our friends, we fell through the warp. And yeah. Oops.
Yes. Well, Mechanicus managed to capture some of his lieutenants, torture them. Intelligence I've managed to intercept suggests they think it was someone impersonating you who spoke to him and inspired him with his righteous fury and his hate-filled shame.
In my defense, I
So,
did specifically tell him not to attack Vindalex because I bluffed that they had their fleet back together, so leave them alone. I hope I at least bought them some time.
oh yes, no question of that, then. Really don't tell them.
No.
Well, he somehow grew those 40 ships into a fleet of a score.
Well, there were a number of factions in the nebula. Perhaps he finally united them all. Had mentioned he had a plan for doing so, but I'd been assuming we would just kill him, so I didn't think that much of it.
Well,
We were going to bring a whole Astartes fleet in and blow his base up from the inside.
yes.
I imagine that's probably still intact, then, or is this Graven Crusade been dealt with?
Oh, a crusade burned itself out on Vindalex.
Oh, good. Smythe dead?
Yes. Probably.
So,
You know how these things go. Mechanicus guns aren't exactly good at leaving bodies. The official line is that he is dead. Personally, I hope he is. I somehow doubt he is.
yes, my experience is that people do not die unless you see them die.
And even then, sometimes they just don't. Especially when they're powerful heretics.
Yes, with their own personal little cabal of chaos mages with a space base from the Arch Heresy.
Yes.
We had a plan to get there. I'm not sure that's worth pursuing at this juncture, but perhaps when the war's over, we'll load up a ship full of atomics and go pay them a visit.
Might be worth doing beforehand. If it's Crusade era, then, well, sure. Pretty much every single faction in the sector would love to get their little mitts on a star fort.
Oh, I'm sure, but this one was attended by one of Horus's minions personally. Not sure that anything there is worth getting, aside from to be destroyed.
Ah. Then yes, it would actually be very important to destroy it as soon as feasible. Admittedly, as soon as feasible is a very nebulous thing.
Yes,
With everything going on.
Yes, I need to go save my fiance's cousin in the Cyclops cluster, but once our house is done being riddled with how torpedoes, well, I suppose I have to go take care of that, or send Felix to do it. Figure it out. If we can get the webway open. If.
Oh, is that what you're planning?
Yes, we hope to take what was his name? McGuire?
Yes.
And hope to take Lord McGuire's wraith bone and rub it on a webway portal until the the Eldar opened up and let us in, voluntarily or not. Apparently, that's one of two ways to get to this Eye of Ahriman business. It's that or the Chaos Navigators, and I'm not touching those.
Well, do you have the slightest idea how to navigate in the webway?
No, we were hoping an Eldar would show us.
Do you have a pocket Eldar? And that would be quite the favor to get from them.
We might. We found a map, and it seems pretty clear that the Eldar want us to follow it. Us very specifically. So either it's some sort of horrible trap, then they hate us specifically for some reason, despite never having interacted with them before, or they want to strike some kind of deal, probably for the Wraithbone.
Hmm. Well, good luck with that.
Yes, we'll need it. But yes, is there anything we can do for you, Lord Mayor? Unless this has purely been a call just to make sure we aren't all demons in disguise.
Well, that was the majority of it, yes. As you are, even after your warp-spawned exile, remarkably competent and influential people.
Well,
I
thank
considered
you.
it a matter of priority to ensure that you are still on the side of the angels.
Always and forever. Especially since we have one on the ship.
Ah, yes. Must say, I am incredibly disappointed that I slept through that being taken care of.
I'm also sad we missed it. Reeves' trial and then everything that happened with what did they call themselves? The Silver Skulls or some such chapter coming to help out. Very nice of them.
Yes. It's quite remarkable how willing the Navy has been to just accept that was them, even though there's really...
I too am happy to accept that a distant chapter of Space Marines came to save the day, as is right and proper. Juno will just smile. But yes, we are lucky to have the Falcons back with us. Seems they are adapting to their returned role in the Imperium quite well.
Fairly. There's, well, there has been a slight problem in that most people who see them are quite disturbed. At least in battle. Apparently, one of the things the Silver Skulls did for them was to teach them how to meditate and control their flames when in social situations.
Yeah, that would be useful. Hopefully one of them will have the chance to teach our resident Marine that trick.
Yes. I'm sure you understand why that causes quite a bit of panic when they take the field and stop focusing on doing that.
Out of character. Have we in any way shown Mayra that Juno's a living saint? I feel like the answer is no, but on the other hand, he fucking drew psychic smileys, so clearly he does kind of know.
I don't believe you told him.
Alright. Juno will not, in fact, just like light up and be like, yeah, I get the feeling. Keep that to herself. So, just nod along. I can see how people might find people running around like living torches disconcerting, yes.
Mhm.
Personally, I found it quite beautiful, but to each their own, I suppose.
Yes. It's really it's really the common guardsman mindset that you have to get into to grasp the issue. You've never seen a space marine. You've been raised on myths of them, but you've never seen the slightest bit of evidence that they are anything more than just myths. Then one appears, and in the face of the enemy, lights on fire.
Well, what more do you want from avenging angels? To brandish the throne's fire and light. Yes, I see your point.
Fortunately, with the ongoing crisis of the tower, you have been able to avoid anyone actually liquidating the witnesses.
Yes, that is good. I would hate to have that happen, especially to all of Leth, which has seen them.
Oh, yes, Lev will, of course, be exempted. It's their homeworld, after all. The regiments they've raised would have to be mind-wiped. Possibly liquidated. I'm not sure. I'm realizing now I am actually one of the policymakers for that. And I'm just going to continue to try to put it off until someone else makes it their problem.
Personally, I would appreciate not having Leth's legions wiped out. I have a vested interest in that planet, but, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. It's not going to be an issue for as long as the fighting continues, or another Lord Inquisitor decides to put his foot down and insist. At that point, we have to have a triumvirate and weigh up evidence, and that's just exhausting.
Are there even any other Lord Inquisitors in the sector? You're the first one I've heard of, though. I suppose that's half the point of being an Inquisitor.
Yes. I'm not the only one, but most of them are, well, a bit. In general, you get to this stage, you learn to make yourself scarce when you want to be. It's the only way to stay sane. Just disappearing whenever there's a bit of work that needs to be doing but you don't want to. So if you haven't encountered any others, it's because you would officially be too much of a pain in the paperwork.
Well, they should really endeavor to get themselves a Narcia. I hear they practically grow in vats. Quite useful for that sort of thing.
Yes. You know, for her at least, there is a very decent chance that there is one. That Reeve has gotten out of a vat.
I had, in fact, considered that before we went into the warp, most of us left samples of our DNA with Reeve's clone specialists in case we needed, additional organs grown. It's kind of gesture vaguely at her face. Had a bit of a nightmare thought that someone might have cloned an extra set of us just in case, or rather, because the worst case had happened, but well, I'm sure Narcia will be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yes. With everything that happened, I don't think Lord Reeve had the time for sentimentality in that.
So he would just clone a bunch of Amelies and Graves. I understand.
Mm. I mean, that is what I did.
What?
What? I have some of Graves' genetic material.
Juno thinks back to that first time Mayor and Graves encountered each other. Scrunches her lips up. So he just made an extra Graves?
Oh, about 20.
To be fair, if he had known, he probably would have signed off on it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Juno's eyebrows just gonna arch. I see. Well, that's...
Currently, they're in suspended animation while I try to work out an appropriate planet to raise them on so they reach the same psychological level of capability. Preferably without as much trauma, but
I was just about
needs
to say
must.
without less wolves, but yes. Well, I'm sure Graves would be happy, and in fact probably thrilled to A, know, and B, meet them.
I mean, currently they are the fetuses. There's not much meeting to do.
Oh.
I suppose you could smooch their little tanks.
We have a lovely pregnant woman aboard. Have to say, I've enjoyed having the little fetus around. It's quite cute. But yes, fair enough. Still, when the time comes, I'm sure Graves would be delighted to help train them, if he hasn't found himself martyred yet.
Yes, that is the other thing. Given everything, I would probably wait until he is actually dead before starting to roll them out into full self-awareness.
Well, hopefully that's a long time from now, but if not, can we have one? Just give him the sweetest little smile.
I suppose.
Yes.
One thing though, if it, well, I suppose it is the wrong word here, if new little one and Amy hook up, I want dibs on their child.
Juno's about to say, like, well, she already has a boyfriend. Stops herself. Remembers Amy's Amy. Well, I will certainly pass that offer along. I have a feeling a Graves Amy child would certainly make a world-class assassin, or galaxy class, really.
Yes, actually, I suppose if it is a male child, I do have to give dibs to the Space Marines. If it's a girl, though.
Yeah.
In that case, I want it to be a girl. I wanted to actually learn to be a badass.
Dude, Space Marines are super badass.
Can't hear you, too busy dabbing on them.
Look, imagine a Space Marine with Amy and Graves' skill set, though. It's just an upgrade.
How are they going to
Huge
get that skill set
muscle.
if they're too busy learning from the Space Marines?
I mean, sure, fair, but still.
We just got to put them through at least. Oh my.
Well, I mean, they don't become Space Marines until they're like 10, 12 years old, so you got some time to
Yeah,
teach them some tricks. Well, but yes, I'm sure Amy would probably be amenable to that.
Yes. Excellent. Now to quietly hope that you fall through the warp another 20 years, so had time to write you off as dead and grow on to adulthood. Just grins as he says that.
Well, let us finish our war against the Tau first, then we can talk about disappearing for a bit. This time I don't want to miss all the fun.
Yes. I suppose I can't hold that against you.
Your magnanimity is as ever appreciated.
I do have to ask, though.
Oh.
Where's the battleship?
Oh, we left that at, Bane more. We are debating how to take it to Vindalex, and now that you've mentioned what you have about the Graven Crusade, I think maybe I'll just hire someone else to make that their problem. We're thinking of hiring a big mass conveyor because Tau ships, don't have LR fields, and ours is too tiny, so we can't really bring it there ourselves unless we want the ship to turn into a demon, and that's bad.
Yes, then even if you hadn't, even without the Crusade issues, you probably wouldn't want to show your face near Ventilex.
No. So yes, we were figuring we would get a tow void ship and have them Gellar field it up.
I mean, you could alternatively whack, what's his name? Baltus on the head a few times and stuff him in a box.
Oh.
Just attach that to...
Juno
it's such a terrible idea, I can't even finish.
The ship we were on that got us lost in the warp had one of those Gellar fields, and it screamed. It screamed non-stop and turned its own iconography of St. Gellar upside down, and it was bad. A bad time.
Yes. But the Imperium is far too large and spread far too thin to do without such things.
I'm not going to say I understand or approve, but perhaps other ships could at least do regular maintenance on their screaming soul box. This was almost a century behind, and it just screamed. Stares off into the middle distance for a moment, shakes her head. Yes, no, we'll find a better solution on all future ships.
Well, if you can persuade the Eldar to actually get you some sort of webway map, that such things have to exist, maybe you can just use that from now on.
Juno deeply considers the map on McGuire's spine. Maybe. Maybe. Certainly can't be any worse than the warp. If they weren't so slow, I'd almost envy the Tau's engines, but alas, that certainly wouldn't work for the Imperium if we tried to make our own version.
You'll say that, but these ones we're coming up against, they're almost as fast.
What? Really?
They have made leaps and bounds. Now they're line ships, modern ones. They traverse. Well, they make their little hops. It's full half of the speed of a warp jump.
That is not bad. That's incredible advancement in so short a time.
That's just a fine descriptor for that race as a whole.
Yes, so I've been led to understand. Apparently they even have their own little night suits now.
Oh yes,
wait to-
the Riptide, I think they're calling it.
Can't wait to get my hands on my own knight and go punch one.
Good luck with that.
I'll find one eventually.
Oh, it's less that and more actually punching one.
Oh, yes,
Even
of course.
their
Very cowardly
yes.
about melee.
And even their Riptides, I believe, actually have built-in jump jets.
Well, that's just not fair.
I don't think they're particularly interested in fair, unfortunately.
Clearly not. Well, I'm sure Eloa and Narcia would scream about tech heresy if I put a rocket on a knight, but alas.
It would be an incredible sight, though.
Well, if I can convince them, I will be sure to send you a video.
I will not be satisfied with just a vid. You know that. I'll want to go.
Well, if we're in the neighborhood, I'll be sure to make room for a co-pilot. Just promise not to constantly nag in my ear like Narcia did when she was with me. That was the worst.
I will endeavor to limit myself to one walk me closer, I want to hit him with my sword per minute.
Acceptable. Juno is now just constantly fantasizing about jump jet knights.
So on that then, if you're getting someone else to handle the hauling, what's your plan? Mentioned going to rescue a Felix?
Yes, the Lord Commander of the Cyclops cluster. It's up with Moab and Mazoa.
Yes.
Yes, the other half of our rogue trader house has currently got our ship, and apparently they're getting hit hard. Once we're finished with our refit, we'll be zipping up there to lend assistance.
All right. And what you're actually going to do, just fall into the line of battle with him?
Well, unfortunately, we don't know enough about the situation to speculate, but there must be a TWO admiral or something commanding the sieges that we can go and bop. Had remarkable success once. I don't see why we can't do it again. Failing that, there's a prison planet nearby that the TWO now control. If I was them, I would have switched out to housing all the Imperial POWs there, so perhaps we'll lead a big prison break. Our new ship's built for stealth and speed, after all. Should be well suited.
Yes. What I've heard of that planet is that they're using it as a recruiting ground for their Guevasa, I think they call them.
Ah,
Human
yes.
auxiliary troops.
Of course, that's the other part I figured they'd be doing. As if the Militum Nox weren't bad enough. Honestly surprised they turned out to be such a huge threat. I thought we stamped them out over Shindelgeist, but clearly not.
The thing with mercenary armies is that it's incredibly difficult to get them all into one place.
But apparently easy enough to get them all worshipping the enemy or working for the Xenos.
Once you've stopped fighting for the sake of the Emperor and are just doing it for profit, it's a slippery slope.
It's a very slippery slope, apparently. The commander on the moon of Shindelgeist gleefully let himself be possessed.
Okay, out of character, to be fair, we're talking about Warhammer Society. If you, look at a demon the wrong way, you might as well just worship Karn, because your soul is pretty much gone at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that dude intentionally brought the demon, though. He didn't have to do that. He could have just, fought us like a man, but no, he went full demon mode. On purpose. So, fuck that guy. Blew up a moon to spite him.
He did actually fight you like a man. He just ordered some minions to do a ritual possession in case you beat him, so you would also die. And then you beat him and just refused to go any further in.
Ah, yes. Well, look, the point is there was a demon that was immune to all of our damage in there, so fuck that place. Get nuked.
Yeah, it's fair.
But yes, it sounds like you don't quite approve of our plan of action, Lord Mayor. Did you have something you'd prefer us to be doing? Quite flexible. Moment.
I am just considering. I mostly want you to not get yourselves killed. Someone has to rebuild the sector after the fighting is all done, and I'm not the man for that.
Well, Emperor
What?
willing, I'll live to that point. Indeed.
Someone shoot that man. He just suggested that the war might end.
Well, this particular Gothic war. He doesn't know
Fair
that
enough.
in 20 years a giant new vagina will tear itself across the galaxy and birth legions of demons everywhere.
But he should at this point.
I mean,
Given the
clit of
histories.
terror becoming the entire slit was a bit out of left field, to be fair.
Look, there is only war in the 41st millennium.
Yeah, and if we want to wake up Robo, we have to suitably increase the threat. That's what G-dubs did. It's a fair trade. Fuck Cadia, get Robo. Balances.
There's also a general consideration of if we keep doing things the way we currently are, things are probably going to go quite badly. Because the Tau, no matter what losses we inflict on them, they're just bringing more through from wherever their base is. And, well, certainly, if you can continue to just assassinate all of their admirals, that will be a great success. But ultimately, if we get into a long, drawn-out fight, unless we can crush their headquarters, stop them from getting these reinforcements, sooner or later they're just going to roll out newer and newer technologies, and we're going to stop being able to win the stand-up fights.
And unfortunately, I doubt they're making their technology here in the Gothic, so if we do cut them off, they'll just swarm over Segmentum Ultima. But I understand your point. Have you had any luck at all over the last years, or I suppose more likely your acolytes, in figuring out where the hell they're coming from?
No, but I've learned some things about it.
That's certainly a start.
We know it's somewhere in the Grail Abyss, out rimward into unknown space. But we've also found that... one moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Also found that there were TWO in the Grail Dark, and they weren't just there doing scouting and raiding. They were on some sort of information gathering mission.
Ugh.
Yes, we've interrogated a lot of pirates and the like, and, well, it seems that the TWO were researching lost technologies.
Well, that would make sense for the nebula, and it's certainly full of old Dark Age stuff.
Yes. The prevailing theory is that they have some either, some form of artificial warp gate, either one that was created in the Dark Age of technology, or was an improvement based on a pre-existing xenotech, possibly even some Eldar webwave thing. Somewhere in there they have a portal, and now they're learning, well, over the past 4 years, they've learned more about how to control it. How to actually communicate through it, how to get the latest and greatest toys from the heart of their empire, and just set this up as a new theatre in their third sphere of expansion.
You'd think the other side of the galaxy was giving them enough trouble already, but I suppose I'd want to get out of the way of the Tyranids too.
Well, interrogation of their field commanders, when it's gotten results at all, they don't quite grasp how far away they are. They know we are some distance away, but they seem to think that this is one of the manufacturing heartlands of the human empire, and that by fighting here, they can interdict the flow of supplies to the front line and allow a more peaceful expansion in the region of the Damocles Gulf.
My throne, they're stupid.
I mean, strategically, it would make perfect sense if we were two
Anywhere
or
near
three
that.
sectors across. Yes. They have no idea how far they've traveled.
Is there astrography really that lacking? How have they not just looked at the stars and... Oh, well, whatever, I suppose. When your empire's that
It's
tiny, how would you contemplate something that could stretch the entire size of the galaxy as the Imperium does?
yes, and the actual fact is that unless you have already mapped charts and worked out where stars should be from various places, you don't have anything to compare it to. I actually can't. They know they are a distance away. But they think they just got their predictions of where the stars would be slightly wrong. You go.
I'd almost feel bad. Oh, well. So, any leads you can share about where we might find someone who can point us the way to this warp gate? Fortunately, we weren't able to take the last Admiral alive.
Even if you had, they don't have the. They don't have the route memorized, and they insist on air gapping their cogitators.
Well,
It's deleting all of the files that, well, at least the ones we've gotten, all of the files that would let them let us work out where they are based.
perhaps the battleship does have something then. They had no clue it was under attack at all until we had already wiped out the bridge crew.
Perhaps. I wouldn't expect it, though. Previously, they've
Wiped it before battle.
yes, they travel from wherever their naval bases are to muster points a little distance outside of the system. Leave a couple of navigation ships there. Wipe the nav data from the rest of the fleet, and then jump in to fight.
Well, we just have to find those navigation ships then.
And actually do that, and actually capture them before they can wipe them. Or
Oh,
self-destruct.
that we can do. This ship is pretty quiet, and we have teleportation abilities, and that how clearly don't expect that sort of trickery. Look down at Oscar again. So, if we just figure out what system they're mustering in, we can slip around while they're engaged in battle and have easy pickings.
Yes. If you can actually spot them. And it would be a breakthrough. Of course, if you're that quiet, you could just go behind their lines and try to intercept a supply ship of some sort. That
Also
would be
possible.
a lot more risky, though. Easier to do, but a lot more risky.
Yes, well, either way, those navigation ships and supply ships will be coming in and out of the Cyclops, so it seems like it's still our destination. Speaking of quiet ships, you don't happen to know where we could get an Imperial mantle, do you? Very much wanted one. They don't have one here.
Ah,
Hoping to go to Vindalex and get one, but maybe not.
well, that is probably your best bet, or Port Moore. And oh, go on then. You've been entirely cooperative. I do have a small orbital facility just forward of the Aura subsector. They'd be able to to mount one to this ship. Fortunate, it's a light cruiser, though, much larger, and they wouldn't actually be able to dock it.
Well then, we can swing that, or if Eloa insists on going to Vindalex, to there. Shall see what the future holds once I can talk to the crew. But appreciate the offer. I hope we'll be able to take you up on it.
Mm. Yes. It is open for as long as that facility is still there.
Well, hopefully we don't let the Tau get that far.
Hmm. Yes, it's also not on any maps, so even if they do get in the region, they would be relying on luck to find it.
Well, not entirely sure if I'd say the Tau have tremendous luck or terrible luck so far.
It's a good question.
It's a stray. Hi, stray.
Oh, yes, that does remind me. The girl, Amelie. If she is interested, well, of course she'll be interested. I have met her. That facility does hold does also contain does also have access to necessary implants for Clade Calidus.
Not sure Juno has the context on what the fuck that is, but she assumes it's assassin business. She'll nod. Well, in that case, we're probably definitely going there. She's been chomping at the bit to learn more about the path of the assassin.
Good, good.
Sure she'd be squealing for joy right now if I'm sure you hadn't distracted her out of my air vents.
Oh, yes, That was a fine bit of timing. Actually, mostly luck. I was you when I was speaking to her and determining if she was, sane and all. And when I was her speaking to Narcia and got Narcia to prepare a list of people on Luxor that might be entertaining for her to murder.
Oh. Okay.
And safe and reasonable and mostly deserving.
Okay, I mean, that's fairer, I suppose, if she wants to become an assassin. Not particularly thrilled with my crew going around murdering people, but they deserve it.
Most of them are underworld figures, and none of them were in any way making a positive contribution to the war effort.
Right, well, I've been known to light an underworld brothel or two on fire in my day, so fair enough.
At least that's what Narcia was meant to do. If some of them were actually helpful and nice, that's on her.
She just nods slowly. Well, she is an excellent researcher. I'm sure she wouldn't make any substantial mistakes. Just gonna reach over to her datapad, tap the call Amelie button.
Should I roll something to see if she can pick up right now? Nope, you know what? She's picking up right now. You may or may not hear gunfire in the background. Hello, yes.
Amy, what are you doing?
Oh, just having some fun.
How many people are dead?
Only the one, I promise.
Okay.
Wait, maybe
Please.
two? I don't know. If I get you to him, can you stop bleeding?
Yes?
No, I meant him. Of course, you can stop the bleeding. There is sounds of dodging and sword fighting in the background, along with screaming. Most of it horrified.
Juno's going.
You need a faster fire rate than that.
Juno's going to turn off speakerphone. It's because poor Oscar's still in the room. Just bring the datapad up to her ear. Yeah, just do a little scouting. Double check Narcia's work, please. Thank you.
Oh, what do you think of... Oh, that's what I'm doing. I'm making friends.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Ingratiating myself to the community. They'll never forget me after this introduction.
Okay, that's great to hear. Bye, Amy.
Bye. Please ignore the screaming.
I am trying very hard to do just that. Click. Juno sighs. Anyway, where were we?
So she's having fun. Excellent.
Yes. Good.
A slight note for you, though. She will be out of action for quite some time if she wants to pursue. She wants to start getting further training.
How long is quite some time? She's one of 2 people here who can... 4 people here who can reasonably butcher others in close quarters, and we do need that for taking POW ships.
Depends how much. Depends how far down the path she wants to go. She just wants to pick up some of the more advanced tricks, probably just a couple of months. She actually wants the full suite of implants and trainings of Clade Calidus. You're looking at 5 to 10 years.
Right, that's a little on the long side for this particular conflict, but I will certainly pass that on for afterwards.
Don't worry, I'll
Unless we
go in
can...
for the full training, and then next time we try to go over to help fight the war, we'll accidentally get caught in the warp, and then 5 years later...
Yeah, it's fine. We just take you, drop you off, get stuck in the warp twice, and come back and pick you up. It'll be fine. Just
It'll
hope
be
we
like
go
a week.
forward in time both times instead of back, but, you know. Actually, no, we should go back in time first, drop you off, then go back forward and pick you up now. Alright, don't worry. We're going to metagame accidentally time traveling by failing warp jumps. It's going to be great, guys. Nothing can go wrong.
No.
No,
Amelie will probably is very much planning on going in short training, FYI.
Dude, you're going to kind of need a new character in that case.
Short training.
I mean, that's... Well, I mean, a couple months isn't that bad, I guess.
I'm also assuming that's a couple of months on average. I'm assuming Amelie, since she has the aptitudes for it and EXP banked, is going to be kind of an assassin murder savant and will learn the skill rather quickly.
I hope so. If not, we can go do a mission. You can play Renault for a bit and then come back and pick you up. Yeah, Juno. It's not... Well, that's a little bit too short for this war, but well, I suppose we could serve. We could have one of those Graves clones, but no, I need to fall through time again. Probably best not to. But after the Tau War.
Fair enough. At least for some bits of it, I can help her out here. Some bits, not everything. But...
Well, in that case, I'm sure she'd be ever so much in your debt. With... I suppose, how far along would you say Marco is on that path? Further along than her, I would guess.
Not hugely further. Maybe a little bit, but ultimately...
Yeah, she's a bit of a murder savant, I suppose.
Yes. Yes, and unfortunately, Marco is... he is a very good infiltrator and spy and actual regular assassin. Not so much of a natural, well, as you say, murder savant.
Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. rather unpleasant watching him get ribboned by a Chaos Marine that one time. Still not sure why he ran into melee, but he did. And then he wasn't.
If you have to ask why one runs into melee, you're not fit to be a guardsman.
that is why Juno is a medic, yes.
Well, if he wasn't in a pre-prepared sniper position and didn't actually have his rifle ready, it's probably the only way he could actually get through the armor.
Mm.
Bolt pistols are very good when they are Space Marine sized. At our size, they're pretty good, but not good enough.
That's the one and only time I shot anyone in combat with a bolt pistol. Just made the invisible stealth suit man angry at me.
Impressive.
It was. It's a snapshot from the hit on horseback against a stealth suit that was invisible. And then he was mad and shot at me a bunch and then left. And that's the only time I've ever shot a firearm in combat. Pretty decent.
I mean, on one hand, 100% accuracy rate. On the other, 0% kill rate.
See, I'm going to continue with the 100% accuracy rate. That makes me feel good inside. Because otherwise I don't really contribute much in combat anymore.
I mean, have you tried heavy flamers?
I have a selection of them. But alas, there's some nonsense about not trusting the blind girl with a flamethrower. Especially when she's usually in the back of the group. Men.
Ah, yes. Yes, if you were tough enough to stand up front, then it would probably be alright, but no.
No, I
Not
made
trying
it.
not trying to thread the needle through all of the swordy boys.
No, unfortunately, not quite blessed enough by the Emperor to just bend the flame around them, so instead they would just be on fire, and they don't want that. I say they could use some more chest hair, but what can you do?
Burn it off, apparently.
But yes, once
Alright.
Amy returns from her excursion, we can set you two up if you have the time.
Yes.
You probably would have called Amelie back if you actually wanted her to return. You kind of just called and was like, hi Amelie, what are you doing?
Yeah, alright, I mean, fair enough. Well, Juno says I shall just press the redial button.
Oh, Junos, don't worry about that one guy. I promise. I was able to actually bench his arm.
They're going to
Look,
turn
I
speakerphone off again. Amy, I need you to
Look.
come back to the ship real quick. A very nice man here is going to train you to be an assassin.
Amelie, that sounds awfully suspicious.
I'm
Why are you
Juno,
phrasing it
you're
like that?
Amelie.
Oh yeah, Juno, that sounds awfully suspicious. Why are you phrasing it like that?
The nice man is Merz?
Wait, Mayor? Mayor, you in there? Man speaker.
Not anymore, there's a child in the room.
Oh, he certainly wants to hear this.
Juno will just hand the phone to Mayror. She wants to talk to you.
Mayor, where have you been? Redundant question, you're an assassin. Point is, can you train me?
I could.
What am I going to have to do? I'm already out here trying to get the heads on a list. Hopefully one of them will actually impress you.
Oh, that was mostly just a present for you. Since you told me you wanted to do something like that, I just passed it on. Got Narcia to actually compile a list for you.
Wait, how did you find us so quickly?
I am a Lord Inquisitor. I am allowed to read your astropathic messages.
Oh, congratulations on the promotion.
Wait, you can do that?
Yes, you realize they are just screamed out into the void and then communicated via chains of astropaths until they reach their intended recipient.
Well, yes.
Anyone
but
who...
aren't they supposed to be in code? Oh wait, you're also the Inquisitor. Fair enough.
Yes.
Frankly, I'm overjoyed. I was trying to learn to dodge bullets better, but these people can't freaking aim properly. So, now that that's taken care of, do you mind if I wrap this up real quick? I'll be over in 10 minutes.
Oh, go for it. Just clean up properly. I don't think Ceiko's son wants to see a spleen.
Oh, don't worry. I was very gentle with them. Mostly just my arms.
You know, I would have questions, but I don't want answers. Have fun.
I'm not insane, right? What melee is a weapon skill, right? In this game?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So she would have penalties, but she'd still be like way better than like the normal fist fighter, and would probably be able to, due to the unnatural muscles, actually be able to throw a decent punch.
I mean, do you have the unarmed specialist talent?
No. Do you have to be able to punch?
To be able to do it well, you can do it anyway, but you're doing like a D5.
What's it with the talent? Is it like a D5 plus attribute?
No, it's a D10 with tearing.
I see. I mean, shit, even with the D5. That probably just wouldn't be good against anything heavy, but we're talking like normal underworlders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're talking like a D5 that's like plus like 9 strength with like 7 attacks.
Jesus
14
Christ.
if you can 14 if you can dual wield your own arms.
You can.
Yeah, then like 14 attacks, like yeah. Like I wouldn't use my saber because I think that would just actually kill them all, and Juno has, if nothing else, rubbed off on Amelie.
Oh yes, here it is. The basic unarmed damage is 1d5 minus 3 plus strength bonus.
You know what? What's it cost to get the talent?
Let's. Unarmed specialist is tier 2. It is strength and offense.
I have one of those. All right, it'll never come up again, but I'll buy it. What the hell? But yeah, no. Point being is, actually, how are the numbers rolls for me like Combat Warhammer?
Say again, sorry?
How are the non-lethal rules for melee combat in Warhammer? I just realized I don't think this is a game that really prioritizes non-lethal takedowns, is it?
Considering this is like the first time it's come up.
Yeah, you don't really do non-lethal damage. You try to stun someone and then handcuff them.
Okay.
Or you just beat them until they're unconscious and hope you haven't accidentally killed them.
Yes, the
so
Batman method.
Okay. Everybody goes to the same place.
Right. I will be back in just a couple of moments. So.
Okay. That's funny. God, I've been talking to Mayor for like an hour and a half. Jesus. My poor voice.
Oh god, Amelie is just Batman right now. She's
you are just Batman.
She's a buff ninja in a goddamn catsuit, sneaking around, dodging bullets and punching people out. She is actually just Batman right now. She's Catwoman, but in the wrong context. Holy shit! How did I come so full circle without even realizing? Oh, I could go for a sweet potato right now. I could go for food in general. I have not eaten today.
So, Stray, while we have a moment, does Eloa have anything she wants / needs to do at Vindalex? Like, personally, or would you be okay with us just sending the battleship there with a towboat?
That's fine.
Okay. Also, hi, Merz.
Hello.
Weren't you supposed to pick something up at Vindalex?
What was that, Bob? Sorry?
Weren't we supposed to pick something up at Vindalex?
I haven't put in the order yet, because we're still at the start of downtime, but I was gonna put in an order for a thing, but now I might not. Because Vindalex seems like they might not like me very much anymore.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah.
You could just not mention that you met Smythe and just nod along.
I mean, yeah, I intend to not, but I also don't really want to lie to my friends in the Mechanicus. Juno is a good bean. I mean,
well, fair enough.
Alternatively, I could roll 210 charm at them, but, you know, that's kind of a last resort.
It's just rub money on them until they love you again.
I mean, that's how that works, right? It's gonna buy shit.
I mean,
there
in politics, factually, yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm sure there's a different planet on our path that could upgrade a couple Lupus rifle companies to weapons companies. Autocannons grow on trees in the Imperium. It's fine.
So when can we commission an Ordinatus?
A what?
When Eloa becomes an Archmagos.
Well, they're named after planets because they're too big to move in between planets. They are big, super specialized weapons.
I see. Yeah. See, I thought I was going to be kind of pushing it, trying to get a squad of basilisks to help out our line companies, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to be allowed to have super weapons. That is a big lad.
Yes,
Oh god, those are buildings under it. That is a big lad. Why does it have an orc face on the front of it?
That's a good question.
Thing looks incredibly disproportional. It's so thick.
Welcome to the Imperium.
I have opened its article, and it has an orc face on it because it was left on a world after the Great Crusade and forgotten until a big mech looted it, and then the AdMech bullied the Imperial Guard into going and retrieving it for them, and it's an only war campaign, well, mission to go and get it.
How the fuck do you just leave that behind, Mechanicus?
Quite easily.
Yeah,
Apparently. It's like a Titan. You don't just forget it.
Yeah. In some bits of lore, like they are intentionally left behind because they are just so big that a normal Mechanicum fleet can't transport them, and it would be tech heresy to dismantle them because they are the Omnissiah's wrath.
Like, it is the only time the AdMech actually, other than Titans, the only time the AdMech will actually innovate.
That is a large boy. Is bigger than a fucking firestorm. Okay.
Yes, there's also the big issue of the Great Crusade and then the Horus Heresy, where a lot of everyone was killed.
I mean, yeah, if everyone who was around the thing just died, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
You'd think Chaos would be like, "You're coming with me, son."
Yeah, I think for this one, it was being transported to a world to be refitted and prepared for a new battle, and then the heresy happened and no one ever came to collect it. Because all of the people who knew where it had been sent were killed. But this is a great deal of conjecture. I haven't read the adventure.
Neat.
Mm-hmm. I figured it might help on the penal planet. Q-Vesses are technically aliens, right? Yeah, sure.
They're technically heretics, so they're open game.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, they are by definition heretics, but I think by at least some readings of the Lex, they have turned themselves into aliens. Because, allowing the alien to live is sharing in the crime of its existence. Therefore, you're guilty of being an alien.
Eloa.
Yeah.
That would be a strict reading of it, though. Most of the time, it's just heretic. But in any case,
So can we get the Basilisk then? How about that? I'll settle for Basilisk, the Manticores.
Manticore would also be cool, because we don't have any anti-aircraft ability once we're on the ground, and we have like one combat airship. Which is also kind of what I wanted the Basilisk for, because apparently, according to the wiki, they can be AA guns too. Just load them with flak. So I figured they could kind of double up. But anyway, we'll deal with that when we're done with Mayror. Or more specifically, Amy is done with Mayror, because I think he and Juno are done unless he wants to go get lunch with her and Sadra while we wait for Amy.
One last thing. He will give Oscar a little pat on the head and inform Sadra that. And by the way, yes, you can transfer and stick around with this lot. Don't get yourself killed. Don't get him killed. And yes, just generally enjoy married life. I assume you're going to marry her, right? He looks at Ceiko as he says that. And I guess
He's a very silent lad.
Oh,
Hi, pets.
Hello.
Someone was talking to you.
Yeah, I figured that out. What's going on?
I assume you are going to marry her.
Soon, yeah.
All right, and yes, enjoy married life. I'd say sign a prenup, but given your skill sets, if you decide to stop, you'll find a much cleaner way than a divorce.
Oh no.
Well, it's not in the plans anyway, boss. Excellent. So yes, I will let you grab your lunch. I'll go and lurk somewhere so I can jump on Amelie.
All right. Go easy on her.
No.
Well, I had to try. Thank you for stopping in, Lord Inquisitor.
It was quite a pleasure, really.
Ours as well.
At least you didn't make me sign any orders releasing a planet's supply of Tanner to make your men stop complaining.
That is an oddly specific example.
Yes, it was an oddly specific request. It was the only thing this regiment wanted to improve their conditions was just more Tanner. It was shipped from some. They wanted more. So ultimately it got to my desk and I authorized a seizure of all civic supplies of Tanner and just dispensing it to them. And then they were finally placated.
Ah, the joys of the Lord Inquisitor's position.
Indeed. Regardless, toodaloo.
Toodles.
Yeah, he just slips off and in a few moments you've completely lost track of him.
Well, that went well. I like Mayor.
He is a complete psychopath.
So are half of our friends.
Fair.
Juno's gonna slip a hand through Augie's arm. Come then, let's go get something to eat. Perhaps we can find something sweet for little Oscar. On we go.
Yes. So, Amy,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go into exhaustive detail of what happens when you get back. Mayor, starting to teach you more tricks. But there is one thing in specific that will happen fairly early on.
Mm-hmm.
And could you roll scrutiny for these? So have a plus 20. For
It's still not.
reasons.
And it's still not much.
Indeed.
Not much at all.
Oof.
All right then. Yes. His tuition moves towards elements of swordplay, and he draws his blade. Well, first thing is, he doesn't so much as draw it as it's just there. And it's not so much it's quite hard to describe Mayor's sword. You've heard Graves talk about it before as a thing of liquid metal that flows. Now it's not that. It is the shadow on the wall, the weight in the dark. It's a presence. It's very much not a purely physical sword anymore. And when he draws it to start teaching you, Calamus hungers. Its hackles are raised. It is trying to push you towards a fight.
Now, despite my obvious eagerness, I do have to caution, is it wise to start a magical duel with potentially possessed and or blessed and or cursed blades?
It still just pulses with...
Oh no, that was Asst in character to Mayor.
Oh, sure. I wasn't going to actually fight you properly. This is more just demonstration. We'll be going slowly.
My senses say that that blade is very dangerous. Nothing demonstrative about that.
Well, if you are insistent, I suppose.
No, I'm just trying to make sure the terms are clear. I have a magic blade too. And it really wants to fight.
Hmm. When you say it wants to fight, could you be perhaps a little more specific?
Never forget. Is this Heresy? No, we were with the
Look,
actually no.
Juno touched it. It can't be Heresy, right?
I
That's
mean,
how that works.
That's what Amelie believes. Yeah, no, I'm gonna push forward with what Amelie believes. Amelie touched it. Can't be cursed.
Oh yeah, Amelie purified it, and afterwards the
You're
blade
right.
had a spirit left.
A spirit left over.
You're Amelie. I'm Juno.
I know. I'm sorry. I keep screwing that up. Apparently, a few weeks is all it takes for me to completely forget which female character is mine.
Right. Well. Unexpected, not unwelcome, right?
I mean, it pretty much only wants what I want usually, so it's always only a net positive.
Hmm.
But it does mean you need to be aware in case it wants to get a little frisky with your... Well, I don't know what your weapon is exactly. Frankly, I'm not even sure if it properly exists.
It's a good question these days, really. But, yes. His sword that is not a sword just flows away, and there is nothing there. Just his hand.
Is it the same hand that was like all shadow to Juno? Or
Yes.
all nothing, rather? Yeah, alright, fair enough.
You know, Graves always talked about becoming one with the blade. That joke was so horrible, I'm not even going to continue it. Point is, how did you do that?
Well, largely because 99% of my body is cybernetic.
99.
Also, oh, well, yes, only 99.
What's the 1%?
Brain, a slight amount of spinal column.
Oh, I thought that went without saying. I thought you were going to say something exciting, like you preserved one of your pinkies.
You know, it sounds like it would be funny, but then you realize how much work it is to dip specifically your pinkies in preservative fluid. And if you miss it just once, bam, they're starting to rot. You can't fix that.
You're right. It's not worth the joke. Anyways, am I going to have to become all cybernetic? I mean, I won't mind, but I like the fleshy bits of me, especially since I have a use for them.
Yes, well, it's optional, really. Some things will require at least some implants, but not all of them. It will also depend which temple which clade you decide to pursue. I favor clade Calidus, and as such, it requires significant augmentation in order to properly utilize polymorphine and be able to reshape the body.
Much can you reshape the body?
You
Well, I mean, I just saw that, but I mean, what's the limit?
It's more psychological than anything. You'll have to still be able to recognize yourself as a person. So while the polymorphine does allow you to, say, turn yourself into an armor-plated crab monster, you are probably not going to be able to do that for very long and stay sane. That's why armor-plated crab monster is usually what we use for when we have to hibernate for a while because of something awful happening. Like, say, the ship being holed and atmosphere being sucked out, or a radioactive leak.
Well, that does sound very tempting. Too bad the reproductive organs wouldn't keep working. Otherwise, I might even consider it.
I mean, they do.
Excuse me?
Actually. At least female reproductive organs are generally unaffected. It at least up until you change your sex for the first time. At that point, yes, you have permanently fucked your fertility.
Eee. Alright, but besides that, you're telling me that I can get the ability to look however I want, be whatever I want, and basically do whatever I want with my own body?
Essentially, yes. In terms of looking however you want. When I first got here, and the first time I spoke to you, I was Juno.
There's a lot of fun that could be had with such an ability. I mean, a lot of work that could be done. Look, I serve the Emperor in many ways.
You really are an interesting girl.
The more I think about it, I could literally be a sailing cat.
Yes.
The possibilities are endless. But I have other things I need to consider before such full initiation. For now, there's a certain technique in particular I wish to learn.
Is it the one where you can dodge massive explosions?
Yes! I want to dodge all the things. I need to, too. I'm losing the arms race against Ceiko. Don't think she notices, but I'm super jealous of that gun of hers. It shoots so fast. It kills so much. I don't think I could dodge it if I had to. That bothers me.
You really are terrible with names today, aren't you?
Oh, yes. I saw Seiko and God, I really am terrible with names there. I think I need to go back to bed.
Well, fortunately, for the most part, I know who you mean, so it's not that much of a concern.
All right, here.
Yeah.
I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Try to decompress while you're at it.
Okay, back.
And you had mostly rubbed Skitarii on the dungeon crawly aspects of it, I had thought.
I mean, yeah, but
Yes. Yes. So, two parts to it. Is dodging lots of things and dodging very big things.
Let's start with dodging a lot of things. I'm pretty good at dodging explosions as is.
Right. Excellent. I require a bag of wrenches.
And
She just pulls out a bag of wrenches.
All
property
right.
of Graves.
it is a very
Listen.
popular training method.
It works. They are large enough to easily track. Move slowly enough that you can actually gauge where they are while still being fast enough to easily be upscaled. And they inflict significant pain when you fail.
Right? It's like dodge knives, but way more forgiving.
Indeed. We'll get to that in a bit, though.
Awesome. Let's warm up first, though. Considering those arms of yours, I'm guessing you throw much faster.
Oh, yes.
All right, the training begins.
Let me just add something to his character sheet.
Bag of wrenches?
Yes.
Excellent.
Look, if you could dodge a wrench at Mach 7 speed, you could dodge a laser cannon.
Considering Mayo's torso can do like a full 360, I really hope he just like spins up and hurls them at you. That'd be great.
I can only imagine in my head how ridiculous that. Oh, god damn it! Be right back.
Huh. So, just noticed something new on the character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
You go to your gear pages. Your guns now have an accuracy?
Yes, I saw that when I was dicking around with Casa the other day. Yeah, it's great.
Has anyone figured out what that does?
Yeah, you just put in any passive accuracy bonuses like let me open Casa's sheet for you here. So she has a red dot sight on her plasma halberd. So it just has a passive plus 15 to single shot, which is the only thing she fires on.
Oh my god.
So
I don't have to click over to my journal and look at all the upgrades my weapons
you
have
can
anymore.
just put it in. So if I put in no aim, short range, semi-auto, it's got skill 52, but with a plus 15, so the target's 67. It's super handy.
That said, all my notes got deleted.
Oof.
So they did. Actually, wait. No, the notes field is new too.
Oh wait,
I
no,
think.
special is.
Yeah, special is what we had. Notes
the
is
notes
new.
field's new.
Is entirely
Yeah.
new.
Oh.
Neat. So if I do this, hey, it doesn't stretch out my screen anymore. Also, Righteous Fury, take that mirror. Yeah.
You can put all your special. You can put all your stuff in notes.
Wait, what? I zoned out. What are we talking about adding to our
Oh, the character sheet got updated. There's now an accuracy tab and a notes tab on your weapons.
Really?
Yeah. So you can put in passive accuracy modifiers to all your shit.
Oh.
Like, hypothetically, if Juno had eyeballs, all of her ranged attacks would have a +5.
Oh.
All right. So when DCL gets back, yeah, Amelie, you're going to be hit by 14 wrenches.
Ah, okay. I guess I am going to get touched.
It's in 2 different attacks because he has 2 hands. Each has thrown 7 wrenches at you.
Dual wielding wrenches. Well, you wanted to learn how to dodge a Gatling gun, so.
Now, if anything, I feel like I should be parrying this.
I mean, if you have the talent that lets you parry thrown and primitive weapons, sure.
I didn't know that needed talent. Damn it. Alright, I don't. Alright, we're dodging. Oh no.
This is gonna hurt. I hope Mero doesn't kill you with wrenches.
Here, I'll have to dodge the second volley. Oh my...
So, 10 wrenches.
I guess I'm unfortunately consistent.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
No.
Oh god, Mero, no! I thought we were friends. Why did you just kill Amelie?
She wasn't ready.
Jesus Christ. So, what's your damage soak, Amelie? Because I would be dead from that, but I'm sure you're better at combat.
DCL?
Oh, I didn't realize I muted. I think I'm exactly at 14. Which is 0 for me.
So you're at 0 wounds?
Yeah, I'm at 0 wounds.
Nice. Oh, he didn't kill you. He did crit you 3 times, though.
He did crit me fucking 3 times. Well, to be fair, it was on D5.
Oh, God.
Oh. So about spending fate to dodge that.
I think it's too late once we roll damage.
I think I have a feeling that eases that a little bit, I'm hoping.
It's okay.
Those are D5s. Should you roll a 1d2 to see which ones those actually rolled 10s?
Nah. Strictly I should. In combat I probably would. For this, nah.
Fair.
Alright. Amelie's ribs are broken and her innards are pulverized.
Gonna need a medic.
Her innards are indeed pulverized twice. So
pulverized pretty damn badly.
Could you make 2 +0 toughness tests? Alright, you're going to suffer 2d5 fatigue.
I was gonna say I wanted to reroll those.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait. I'll reroll at least the first. Wait, actually, I can buy into the first one.
No, you can't.
Oh, you can't? Oh, no, I can't.
So, is this taking place in, like, super secret mayoral lair, or is this just, like, on the ship somewhere?
On the ship somewhere.
Okay.
Teach me how. Just in a random hallway.
Yeah. I feel like Juno's narc senses went off earlier. He's probably, like, wandering that way.
Alright, so that's at least 1. So is it 1d4?
1d5.
Of course, I rolled 5.
Me?
Of course, I rolled 5.
All right, and you are also stunned for 5 rounds.
I'm okay.
Oh. Well, you get marks for not bleeding that much. This is just 2 minutes with a mop. Don't even need to bring out any of the high-intensity cleaning goods.
Give me 5 minutes with Juno. I'll be back up ready for round 2.
Oh my god, Amelie, what have you done?
Dodged it efficiently.
I can see that. Maywar, why are you trying to kill Amelie? I thought we were friends.
If I was trying to kill her, I would use one of my guns.
Are you sure? Because killing someone with a bunch of wrenches seems funnier and therefore up your alley.
While that is true, if I was actually trying to kill her, I would use a gun.
I mean,
Wrench.
that's fair. I'm pretty sure one of those wrenches would kill me. Here you go, sweetie. Sweet, eat a couple of these pills. You have 15 wounds.
And her ribs are still all broken. But that's fine.
I'm going to need to take her to sick bay and deal with this. I'm amazed none of her lungs were punctured. We'll be right back. Just hold that thought.
I was expecting her to dodge more of them.
Juno nods understandingly. He's just gonna take Eloa under the arm, or sorry, Amy under the arm. Now I'm doing it. Goddamn it.
Oh shit! I was muted. Wait, how much did you hear of that?
None at all.
That's what I get for eating while I'm trying to D&D.
Yeah.
Oh, at least you didn't hear me eating, because if you heard nothing, because you would have been yelling it because this burger's delicious. But Amelie was saying that no, totally fine. Let's go over round 2, because yeah, she was expecting to dodge more of those too.
No, you are not okay to keep going, Amy. If another wrench could put a rib bone through your lung.
Well, yeah, that's why I need to dodge it, obviously.
Juno's gonna sigh. Here, at least take this painkiller.
And no.
Alright. Juno knocks you the fuck out with a horse tranquilizer. Learn that trick on Graves, bitch!
I mean, she does get a toughness roll, which is,
fair.
Halved because fatigue.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. I only have 4 toughness. I don't have 5. If it was any of my other main stats, so I'll just minus 20 that.
For fuck's sake!
Is this horse tranquilizer? Ha! I heard that trick from Graves. Trained myself against it.
What the fuck, Graves?
What? He thought it might be important in case I ever need to finish my mission.
Maywar, how many more wrenches do you think it'll take to knock her unconscious? Just avoid the chest.
Let's find out.
Juno's gonna activate her Rosarius and stand the fuck back. Come on, doggos. Oh,
Okay. Only 3 hits that time.
The horse tranquilizer's getting to you.
No, wait, that brings it to reroll.
Oh god, don't spend all your fate on fucking dodging.
No, that's not fate. That's the that's the talent.
What talent?
The one that lets you reroll missed defending? Oh, wait, no, that's for parry. Oh, I guess I did have to spin a fate for that.
Alright. Also, just going to use one of his, because Jesus fucking 99.
With that roll, he actually does just bean Juno.
All right.
The wrench bounces off the Rosarius and hits Amelie. Or would hit Amelie.
Quite a number if you're actually going to start doing well.
See, first time was just a fluke. Had to warm up.
Amy, your ribs are applesauce.
I know, and it's better I learn to fight with that case now.
It's...
The next time I break my whips against some kind of super mutant.
How are you even conscious? I would be dead from that. Ah! Ducks another wrench.
Well, you spend most of your time fixing people. I spend most of my time breaking my body.
God damn it, you really are just the Graves.
You should really spend more of your time breaking other people's.
That comes after.
So, are you going to continue to dodge this volley?
Oh, I did not see the next volley. I'm going to continue to try to dodge that volley. Yes. Hey, almost even did a good enough job. You know what?
That was against for one hit.
Oh, I thought I was looking against the 13.
No, that was for 92. Because that was the first one.
Okay.
It doesn't show up as green, though. How are we supposed to know it's good?
Oh no, that was for the first one. I needed that for the second. I hate to see it. I really do.
I'm glad we're using up all of our fate on this.
That's okay. We're not doing anything this session.
3 times.
No, because his maximum rate of fire is 7.
See.
He cannot throw more wrenches than he has ballistic skill bonus.
Wait, what about his left hand, though?
That's why he's doing 2 attacks.
Oh, okay. 7 in total.
No, 7 from each hand.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking.
Yes. Well, you're improving. You're more little gradual avoidance.
Just gotta weave through the pain.
Juno, since you're here, catch. Actually, let's not throw them.
I'm more than 5 meters away. I can't see you. Up there.
Yes. Give you some wrenches. Point you in Amelie's direction.
Oh. Okay.
From you, they won't hurt as much. But I mean, point is getting you to dodge many things. Each time a new crew member comes by, he enlists them to join in, throwing wrenches at Amy.
Juno very carefully aims, just beans Amelie in the face. Fucking blind girl savant powers. Here we go. Dodge, bitch.
Can I dodge that? I just spent 2 dodges.
It's a new combat round, presumably.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Managed to dodge. No, I don't have any fate. Am I allowed to go even further beyond, or do I just take the wax?
I believe you already have the thing that lets you dodge up to half your agility type bonus. So
Oh yeah, it is. I do have the thing for that. At least there's been one dodge I've been missing. Not that it mattered because of the way the attacks work.
Ah. I think we are reaching success. Now I just need to move on to something faster. And for that I'll need to go and get something, because all I have with me is a storm bolter.
I have a
Fair
heavy
enough.
bolter.
That is even worse for us.
Oh,
We just wanted to hurt her, not hurt her. Yet. Later on we'll go on to live fire training with real guns, but for
Oh,
now
go
I
ahead.
want...
Oh, it's
Fun.
fine, Juno. You can't make a few soldiers without breaking a lot of ribs. Actually, that's not how that
No,
saying
that's
goes at
not how
all.
that works at all. Also, while Mayor's off the ship, you're coming with me to the infirmary, young lady. Captain's orders.
Oh, okay.
Shit. Good thing they're not using a Hydra or a Punisher.
Alright. I guess I gotta... Do I need to roll anything to fix Amy's ribs? That's...
No, she really just needs time.
Okay. Well, that is something we have in spades, because I think we're here for like 5 weeks or something.
Yes, after a while, Marot will return. He has rigged up a sort of automatic dart gun. It's full of mild neurotoxin. It's very painful. Does not actually cause any lasting damage, though. Will not continue to roll these because, yeah, Amy is clearly has already demonstrated she is getting better, and you know, hitting the wrench damage button is funny. Hitting the poison dart gun damage button is just normal.
Goddamn, got beamed so hard.
Yes.
But either way, the training goes on. I'm good with passing along to who next is doing things.
Yes. Who is doing things? Or are you just waiting now for stuff to happen?
Let me see real quick. I know I have at least one thing to do before we move on. Yes. I need to talk to Eclectic real quick, and Narcy, but Narcy's not here.
Sure. Eclectic has been spending a lot of her free time with Narcy, trying to translate spine.
Ah, good. That is basically exactly what I was going to ask her and Narcy to be doing, so good to see that they predicted my orders. In that case, Juno will just ask, So, Eclectic, that Wraithbone artifact we recovered, you're not having any ill effects from its presence?
No, I have. I cannot say I feel any different. It's
Ah, well, that's good.
is moderately disturbing, but
Yeah.
it is more to do with what it represents and what is inside it than any supernatural impact.
When I stood in front of it for too long, I got a terrible nosebleed. But if it is not hurting you at all, then that is good enough for me. I'll just be keeping my distance for a bit. But do let me know as soon as you two have anything. If wherever that map leads to happens to be on our way to the front, we'll be sure to stop by. The Eldar who
Well-
left that for us aren't what I would call particularly kind souls, but if they are your people, I promised I'd see you safely return to them, and that is what I'll do, should you wish it.
I am less certain now than I was. But we shall see in the fullness of time.
Well, until such time as you are ready and able to leave, we are happy to have you. Give her a little squeeze on the shoulder, and then probably step away from the thing that gives her nosebleeds.
All right.
Ah, yes. While we're at a pause in the RP, I need to hire a mass conveyor and drop a couple other requisitions. That'd be an influence roll for the universe conveyor. It's just wrenching the thing.
Sure.
What is the availability of a big cargo ship?
The scale modifier is going to be a -30, and then the actual rarity is probably just scarce.
Which is -10? What?
Yes, 10.
Okay. I'll take it.
Alright. Yep. Can get a reasonably competent and proven conveyor to just make a slight detour on its route to strap the battleship underneath itself.
Nice. Then let's see. Alright. Is there anywhere on our way that I could reasonably get a bunch of las and autocannons for our line troops?
Cannons. I mean, it's not on your way, but the neighbouring system of Stranivar is a reasonably industrialized hive world. If you stop, if you go there, then yes, you would be able to.
Sweet.
Or if you are willing to take an additional -10, then you can get them transported to you here. Since it is literally the next system across.
Yeah. Well, I imagine this is going to be a a war factor roll. So,
Yes.
no, I'm not going to take a penalty because our war factor is war factor bad. So let's see, there should be a -20. That's very real, and then 0 scale for companies. Oh, should roll commerce first. See. Would Pier, Mechanicus, Rogue Trader, and or an Imperial Navy help?
Yeah. Dependent on which merchants you go to, yes, you could use either Navy or Mechanicus.
Okay. So plus 40.
No.
35. Greater than, see, 43, 42, plus 35. Okay, well, I fucked up the thing, but he succeeded.
Yes.
Alright, cool. That'll be good enough for now. I'm not gonna try and find an armored squad on another planet this juncture.
Alright. Yes.
Is that enough to get 2 companies, or do I need to roll for each individually?
You can get 2, sure.
Sweet. Alright, now we have an answer for Tau armor, and that's nice.
Excellent. So, at some point over next few weeks, like probably after a month or so in dock, a courier vessel will arrive. Some men from the Imperial Navy present unto you a letter, a large stack of forms to make you sign to acknowledge the receipt of the letter.
Okay.
A large stack of forms that they themselves sign to acknowledge that they have witnessed you signing the forms.
Darcy!
And they are soon after replaced by a company of lupine vanguard bearing a gene-locked chest. I've already seen the letter. I sent it during the week. It is from Felix. Acknowledging your survival, surrendering the primacy of the house back to Augie, and while he insists he needs to keep the Mother of Invention, he has sent you the warrant. This is presumably what is in the gene-locked chest. The alternative is a gene-encoded kill virus that will turn Augie into a puddle.
Oh, as low an opinion as Juno has of Felix at this point, she doesn't think he would stoop that low.
Fortunately, you are proven correct. Well, it requires Orgy to open it. It contains a stasis field generator, and within that, the Imperial warrant authorizing trade and exploration beyond the boundaries of known space. It does not contain a murder bot.
Excellent. Well, we've already had our reactions in chat over the week, but Juno is maximally hyped. Now Felix is really going to deserve that incredible bottle of wine she acquired.
Yes. We're also introduced to the Reaping. A cat. You've already heard of it a bit from Eldersborn, but now you have discovered its name and the number of losses. Lord Sector, the Lord Admiral, 3 admirals, 11 commodores, 21 flag captains, plus associated bureaucrats and imperial servants were killed, captured, or themselves defected to the Militum Nox and the Tau.
At some point after seeing that full list, he is probably going to have to just, poke Mayor about how much of that is his fault. But,
Are you going to?
I mean, yeah, she'll just bring the letter to Mayor and just ask, remember that much of your plan revolved around replacing the leaders of the Imperium who were not up to spec. How much of this reaping was you and yours?
One figure directly. Some we allowed. Knew there would be attempts, but rather than directly interdicting them, we informed the targets, and some of them took appropriate precautions, and some of them ended up on that list. A few were actual blindsides, though. I suspect in at least 2 cases, the defections were caused by sorcery and corruptive intellect poisoners, rather than actual conscious treason.
That's despicable. How many sorcerers is the Militum Nox deploying?
We haven't encountered any on the battlefield, but in the war, behind the war, there have been a few psychers. And of course, the occasional bouts of straight-up demonology.
But they're keeping that out of the battlefield. That's interesting. Had no compunctions against using such things in the open before, but I suppose they must want to keep their Tau allies oblivious.
Most likely. That or, well, They don't have enough to deploy them willy-nilly and are saving them for the special occasions.
Juno will nod sagely and wander away, grumping at this giant list of important Imperial people who are just dead and gone.
Let's see. Juno, could you make me a crew rating roll? Include your navigators plus 10, please.
Okay. Do-do-do-do. I will spend a fate point on that. That's bad. On crit fail. There we go. Much better.
All right. A couple of weeks after that, we'll receive word from Narcia. She and Eclectic have finished the translation of the message, and she has consulted with the ship's navigator as to how one would actually follow the map. It leads into the Grail Abyss.
Wait, what? We
The
swing
map
over to the
leads
map.
into the Grail Abyss. Yes, I'll give you one without the obnoxious blue blocking where it says the Grail Abyss.
Appreciate it. General glance between Eclectic, Narcia, and the map. Do you know what else is speculated to be in the abyss? The Tau's warp gate. I wonder. Could the Eldar be giving us a hint? Or even sending us straight to them? Why?
That could be the destination, but indeed the why is... I do not know why they would do such a thing.
Well, there will only be one way to find out, I suppose. That demon from back in the nebula. You don't think there'll be any risk of encountering her in the abyss, right?
Who are you asking here? Or just in
Just
general?
putting it out to Narcia and Eclectic. Yeah. Whoever's in the room.
Sure. Eclectic shrugs. The navigator. It is unlikely if that creature had a long reach, it doubtless would have pursued us on our transit from Ben Moor. In matters of the immaterium, one should never say anything is impossible.
Yes, she did seem found the nebula, or at least most active there. Good then. Well, keep this destination in mind once we've made sure Felix isn't in imminent peril. Do any of you have objections to sharing it with Lord Inquisitor Mayor?
Do we have any objections? I mean, not right now, no.
It may be premature. We do not know what we would be sharing.
That is true. If this is some intention for peaceable meeting with the Eldar, not the Tower destination, I'd hate to be betraying their trust already. They do, after all, still need their webway. Alright, we'll keep this between us for now then. Good work, everyone. Very well done.
That route for I know rough. I can follow it on a map over easily enough. Actually, charting it may be difficult. The Astronomicon was dark in Vigil, dark. It is said it is almost invisible in the abyss. There is a reason it is not colonized.
Is there anything we can do to improve our odds?
The Space Marines, their leader shines brightly.
That'd
If
be a
he
good
is, if he is in a known location near the border of the abyss, I can use him as a reference point to then find the Astronomicon itself. Or I do not know how he travels. He may simply be able to ply the abyss without the difficulties I would face.
Yes, he does seem to act as his own little Astronomicon. That might work. Well, I will see what Jox has to say about that once we're ready to enter the abyss. Though I'm sure kind of requisitioning the chapter master of a group of Space Marines during a war is going to be no mean feat. Even for a mission that might end it.
There is a great deal of nodding at that.
Yeah. Alright, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Quilpie zoned out.
You mean what I zoned out?
Savin apparently is read by messages enough to translate them.
I'm slowly learning to speak Robbie's.
Looking into the porn code.
That I can read quite easily.
That's why you can understand.
I was born into it, shaped by it, molded by it. You merely adopted the porn. Anyway. Yeah, alright, that's good to know. Do you get a little map icon for this? Or is it just somewhere in the abyss?
It is off screen.
Oh. Well, no wonder we would never have found it on our own. Because, truly, in player character fashion, the universe is entirely contained on our little map. Never have occurred to me to have looked off of the map. How devilish. Alright, well, for now that is all I need to do for downtime. Leave?
Sure. Just a moment so I can get this straight.
Could also always roll influence. See, this is why I'm the rich one, because I actually roll once in a while, despite being the one who suggested we use the spending mechanic. But okay.
Alright. And a few days after that translation is done, you will get a message from forces on the moon. They have excavated a significant portion of the ship. They have been able to make entry. They have confirmed the interior is highly radioactive. But they have also confirmed that it is a military transport. And deep in the holds, they have uncovered a section of the transport that is that is decorated with black and white checked livery, which corresponds to a known Freeblade who was lost during the Gothic War.
Do we at least know that he wasn't a Chaos Freeblade?
Yes, he is known to have fought on the Imperial side.
Okay, good enough.
Or at least, well, briefly fought on the Imperial side. His story ends with him decried as a coward, for he took the field once and never again.
Well, I guess we found out why.
Indeed.
Seems like Eloa is spending a fate point to have Biggie thinks about this guy.
That would require me coming up with a lot about him. I mean, you know a lot about this guy.
We can just pocket that in case we need it later.
Yes.
Do the skitties encounter any dangers in the background?
Not really, no. There are environmental hazards, and Eloa, there are requests from several of the entry teams for further augmentation due to rapidly accelerated cancerous growths. They got radiation. They need their flesh removed.
I will send Kara with the gun cutter to go grab the irradiated guys if it's not like immediately before we are ready to launch the ship itself?
And it's not urgent. It's just
I
fair.
mean, Juno considers virulent cancer urgent, whether the skitties do or not.
Fair. They really don't. Like
Yeah,
they
I'm
are.
sure
Like,
they're hyped
most.
to have cancer because that means they get more augments.
Yes, they are mostly like Skitari vanguards, and as such, they expect to deal with a lot of radiation and fleshy components failing to cancer is just a thing that they know is inevitable. This is just slightly sooner than they had anticipated.
Yeah, time to come back to the ship with the wounded guys or irradiated guys. Did they detect a source of the radiation? Like, is there a warp core rupture down there or something?
Yes,
Uh-oh.
well, not the warp core, but the plasma core was. The chunk of it that was attached to the chunk of ship that crashed has been leaking rads for a while. Sort of got torn mostly in half.
Okay. If it got torn in half, it's probably not going to explode, right? Like, if it was going to do any exploding, it would have done it already.
Indeed.
Okay.
This is a slow rupture, so
I'd just prefer not to blow up another moon. First one was enough.
fortunate.
I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, even if you did, this one would not have any direct effects on an inhabited an inhabited planet.
Look, eventually someone somewhere is going to eat those rocks. Might be a minute, but it'll happen.
Fair.
As we all know, Sir Isaac Newton is the deadliest motherfucker in space.
Well, in this case, it's Marie Curie is the deadliest motherfucker.
Yes.
Well,
The deadliest one in this neck of the woods.
There is probably a knight in there. It's also probably highly irradiated.
I mean, that's fine. We can scrub radiation, right?
Eloa not only has the flesh is weak 4, but also has 2 ranks in resist radiation, and her armor
You
is
aren't
made.
the one who would be piloting it.
Doesn't mean I can't take a vehicle in there to drag it out. Or do they literally just move Imperial Knights from place to place by plugging into it?
No, moving it isn't the concern. It is irradiated when you want to plug into it and use it. The cockpit is going to be irradiated. It will be suffering times for Juno to pilot this.
I mean, Juno's suffering is a well-known currency in this game, but setting that aside, I'm confident the Imperium has some sort of anti-radiation treatment we can figure out. We have a Magos. It'll be fine, right?
So into the jelly you go, I guess.
Huh. Looking at an article on how to purify radioactive materials, there's break it down and then reforge it, or there's basically submerge it into a substance that will bind the radioactive material and allow it to be separated from the remaining parts. This method has recently acquired a patent and is undergoing experimental procedures, but it remains effective.
I mean,
It'll probably take Eloa a while.
yes. I'm also just wondering, is that something the Imperium would have kept knowledge on how to do? Is that something they actually care about?
That's probably Forbidden Lore Archaeotech or Forbidden Lore AdMech.
I would think anti-radiation would be important because the Imperium has a navy, and sometimes their shields go down.
The thing is, one of the ways Imperial Navy ships are refueled is people just grabbing a shovel and running into the plasma generator and shoveling.
I mean, yes, but that's for the slave labor. Sometimes, like, the upper decks might get irradiated. You know, where people that matter live.
Usually that's expendable enough for it to be like iodine. Is it iodine? Iodine tablets.
Yes.
Uh,
I taking anti-rad drugs, yes. Yeah, you could. That's absolutely a thing, but methods of removing long-term radiation, I'm not so sure about.
You'd have to be very important.
Well,
which admittedly you have the influence for.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am, in fact, very important. How nice of you to notice.
I'm just saying that it might not be the most pleasant of things to be deradiated.
I mean, I want the cockpit deradiated, or the whole night, not me.
I don't know. That seems pretty irrelevant.
I mean, let's go get the knight, and then assuming it's there and not like a demon or something, then we can worry about it.
Yeah, all right.
Because I don't want to spend a bunch of time dealing with solutions to a problem that might not exist.
You know it's actually just gonna have a demon in it, right?
Yeah, no, it's just gonna be Frank sitting in the cockpit sipping tea, waiting for me.
Yes.
Like somehow this is gonna go horribly wrong because I'm not allowed to have nice things. But until then, we'll assume that I can have a nice thing and go get my knight. Oh yeah, actually, since Eloa did roll a bajillion, or spend a fate point for bajillion knowledge, what kind of knight was Freeblade Homie? Like
I
what
haven't
pattern?
decided yet.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's an Armiger. Apparently they came out with a new type of Armiger recently too. There's now 3 of them.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. It looked pretty cool. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I think it was a Forge World.
I'm going to just very quickly step away while you find out.
Sure.
Well, wait, is it just a... Is it like one of those Dune crawlers where it...
No, knights are... Armigers are just baby knights. Is that it? The blade? No.
Is it... I'm not going to look at... I really shouldn't look it up on 1D4chan, but I probably will.
And that would probably be the fastest way to find it. I'm glad that site's back. It's much
It's
more useful than most websites.
yeah, it's somewhat shadow banned, however.
But yeah, I did notice that, which is funny, but not necessarily surprising. Here we go. The Styrics. That was it. Oh, in fact, that's even extra appropriate because these things are supposed to be irradiated as hell. Boop.
Oh, Armiger. I heard Onager.
What
No.
even would
An
that be?
onager is a catapult.
Yeah.
Ah,
No, armigers are just the baby knights that you don't have to be a cyborg to use.
But you're
Juno,
probably
let me turn you into a cyborg.
I mean, if it's a normal knight and we can figure out the radiation problem, sure, but otherwise, no.
Which one is that?
Hello.
Hello. I was
So
just...
that looks like a giant plasma cannon and clampies?
Yes. It's a Volkite Cherovile. And let's see. Yeah, so these knights apparently, ironically, are famed for being radioactive as fuck, and nobody likes them. So, lol. Highly appropriate.
Well, I guess we know what it is now.
Yay!
They're also called Morax on 1D4chan.
See if I can find the clip or the quote on that. Here we go. These steering. I might be slightly mistaken about the radiation being the reasoning, but
Well, it's got a twin-linked rad cleanser.
exactly.
Well, actually, a giant Volkite cannon is probably a bit much. That's like super lost to tech.
Maybe we could just say it's a plasma cannon. Volkites are silly. And I'm sure Kree blades have all sorts of customizations because they can't get, normal Sankristan maintenance.
Yes.
Really, I just want the clampies because they're cool.
It's the
Lightning.
Hecaton Siege Claw.
Yeah. See, the thing I hate most about Imperial Knights is that they don't have hands. But he got a clampy, so that's close enough.
Fair enough. Yes. The Moirax is very much a different pattern of knight, Bob. Like that is just an armiger, whereas this the Styrix is a Questorus.
I mean, that's actually where that was placed. Armiger Knight. Okay, I guess it is.
I was under the impression this was an Armiger too, because it's got the little tiny head.
Yeah. No, I was right. It's listed under Armigers.
Not on Lexicanum, it's not.
Huh.
It's there on the other two wikis, but It's also a 4-year-old mini, so who the fuck knows?
I mean,
Nobody's
Forge World
wealthy enough
calls
to...
it a Forge World calls it a Questorus.
I mean, fair. Well, meh.
Actually, what? The
across the
Knights
bridge of
Direct is listed as a Questorus.
Oh, whatever. We'll cross the bridge of what it is and what we need to do to fix it when we actually acquire it.
Yes. Have confirmed its presence, though.
Mhm.
So that's not an armiger. That's unfortunate. I guess armigers are just stuck with the 2 patterns. Weh.
No, they have 3: Warglaive, Helverin, and Moirax.
Fuck is the Moirax? Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Oh yeah, that is what I was thinking of. I just pulled up the wrong thing. That also has the clampy. Yeah, I'm not getting confused.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. That's fine then.
Ooh, lightning locks.
Yeah.
It just
Nice.
sounds really cool.
It does. Neat.
Does it
Okay.
overcharge
Well,
their own?
hopefully it's a Night Moirax, because it had the clampies and is cool and is an armiger. That would be ideal.
Yes. An armiger would be a lot more reasonable.
Yes. Juno would prefer that, and it would be actually pretty balanced for the game, because I'm pretty sure Lupus Libertas does less damage than Eloa does.
Depends on the armor of the target.
I mean, that's fair. But still. The fact that it's a question is proof enough.
Light to medium infantry, Eloa definitely does more damage. Very heavy infantry and vehicles. I don't think so. And if she's close, it's only for 1 round per combat.
I mean, it didn't matter last time. 1 round was all I needed.
Yes.
But anyway, yes. Unless anyone has anything else they need to do up or down, I might reckon we can kind of get underway.
Well, something is going to happen.
Yay, road bumps.
Back to Luxor. The last couple of weeks of repair. Things are almost ready for you to go. And receive a message, Juno.
Oh, message for me.
Indeed.
Who from?
From the offices of His Holy Ordo Hereticus in the person of the Inquisitor Jal.
Ah, excellent. For finally being recognized for our outstanding service to our Ordo. Good job, everyone. We've done it.
Oh no, they want to promote us. That means they want to kill us.
She wishes to come aboard and meet you.
Oh God. Fucking God, shit fucks. Okay, hide the Eldar. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much all right. Just stick Eclectic in a locker somewhere. Take a quick gander through everything else. I don't think we have any other overt heresy around, and even that's just perfectly legal thanks to Loopy.
Yes, admittedly. Her killing you for it would also be perfectly legal, because that is what Magisterium Lex Ultima means.
I mean, yes, that is fair, but I think that might be a one-way trip for her, so I'm not super worried about that.
Yes, you could probably win. Almost certainly.
I couldn't win, but the rest of the party could avenge me. That's what matters. So yeah, Juno will just have a moment of panicked consideration, or just replying, "Sure, okay." Have the ship get ready to receive a guest of honor.
Sure. You don't have much time for getting ready, as well, she's coming aboard immediately.
Rude, but all right. Is Maywer still on our ship at this juncture?
Yes, he has now progressed to firing assault cannons at Amelie.
It's advanced level training.
Wait, assault cannons or rotor cannons?
Assault cannons.
Jesus Christ.
For my thesis paper, I plan to avoid an napalm explosion.
I think that's easier than the autocannon, to be fair. But yeah,
napalm shall be fired by
cannon.
Assault
Assault
cannon.
cannon.
Yes. Either way,
napalm shall be fired automatically through a grenade launcher.
An assault cannon is a self-loading rotary autocannon.
Yeah, it's the term again.
It's the up-jumped version of the rotor cannon.
Yeah. All right, I will inform Maywer that Jal is here if he would like to come down with me and say hello. Otherwise, I guess I will get my honor guard of Augie and go down.
Yes. He
Probably
will
the whole
not.
warband.
Thank you. Good luck. Enjoy.
Juno will text back a frowny face. All right. The what warband? The U warband.
That you and Merzendi were talking over each other. All I heard was warband.
Oh,
The whole warband.
yeah. I will invite all the PCs, so it's not just me talking to another important NPC for an hour.
I guess I'll take my own honor guard, and remembering the lessons from the past, only take 5.
Yes. She is not so subtle. She is escorted by a full company of black-clad inquisitorial stormtroopers, and rather than you previously met her wearing... yes, when you previously met her, she was clad in power armor. She is now clad in ornate black tactical dreadnought plate.
Okay, someone wants to make an impression. Are these the same stormtroopers that went with us on that mission? Because otherwise, if they are, Juno's going to say hi.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, while the company is filtering in, Juno kind of upnod some of the guys she remembers.
Yes. Their acknowledgements are very subtle, but they are there.
That is enough to make Juno smile.
Yes. So, Jal strides up to you and inclines her head slightly.
Juno will bow.
She approaches Juno. With your soul sight can see that her armor is not just physical. The glow you saw when she was approaching that you initially took to be her soul, it's not her soul. You can't see her soul. You are just seeing the sheer number of psionic wardings built into this plate.
Jesus, lady.
Not a single drop of etheric energy comes in or out. She is cut off from the warp in there. Effectively immune to psychic powers, though, probably. Yeah, this is definitely statement armor.
Yes, Juno is receiving the message loud and clear, ma'am. Yeah, she will bow. Inquisitor Jal, an unexpected pleasure. Welcome aboard the Vigil.
The Vigil, an appropriate name, Agent Dandrick.
I thought as much. Glad you approve.
Approve is not quite the word, but I suppose it shall do.
Smile does not falter.
You escaped me before.
I'm sorry? Escaped you?
You were to be held to account along with Lord Reeve.
Ah.
You slipped the net. Though, as the Emperor saw fit to forgive Reeve his heart, I suppose his hand was guiding you away. Do not think, though, that I have forgotten.
I confess I do not know how we have crossed you, but I am truly sorry for any issues we may have caused.
You have not crossed me, not directly. But by your deeds you have upset this sector. You have changed things that should not be changed.
I'm afraid I am as much a victim of circumstance as anything else. Our misadventures are often forced on us, but I have done as much good by the sector as possible, insofar as these unavoidable changes are concerned. There are actions that we have taken that have caused harm, I will not deny, but I should bravely hope that the good we've done far outweighs any bad. Even what happened on Schindelgeist was done to prevent the spawning of Archfiend, despite the tremendous loss of life. If we'd not done what we'd done, the whole planets and all their souls would have been condemned.
So you may claim.
Just spreads her hands. I do for now. I do not mean to make excuses, simply to say what we have done. If there is aught I can do that might help you, I am at your disposal.
Good. Do not make excuses. There is no excusing anything. It is written that there is no such thing as innocence.
Only degrees of guilt.
It pleases me that you stand to your convictions. There is no pleasure in hunting a renegade who abases themselves. Perhaps make prove yourselves. You have not yet crossed that line into becoming one.
Should hope I never do. It is my hope, my plan, my conviction, now as ever, to serve the throne.
Take care you do not lose your way, Savin. You came in danger of doing that already, Dandrick. You and Reeve both. You are aware of whose intervention it took to spare your falcons, yes?
Yes, keenly aware.
Do not think they will intercede again if you make a similar move.
I pray that we have no more need of outside intervention for anything. Once is more than enough for me.
Good, good. Do not stray. I will be watching if you stray. There will fall on you with wrath beyond your measure.
As I said, my plan is ever to walk the path of the Emperor. If I stray, I deserve my fate, but I will use all my will and intelligence to avoid your wrath, justly deserved.
Good. And in the years you have been gone, how have you been fulfilling your duties, Dandrick? You are of the Ordo Xenos. How many Xenos have you purged?
Juno will furrow her brow. By our reckoning, we have been gone no years. We left with the Falcons and fell forward in time. The difference between us last seeing the Falcons and the Battle of Bane Moor was, subjectively for us, a couple of days, perhaps a week.
I see. So how is it in that time you have come across an Eldar worthy of sanctioning?
Well, funny story. And by funny, I mean actually quite terrifying. I almost lost the ship over it. our previous ship, not this ship. We found her in the cargo hold, or a hidden cargo hold. She proceeded to not kill any of us, and then helped us kill the Tau, so, just shrug slightly. Till such time as she is no longer of use, she is a powerful weapon against the more immediate threat.
The very institution of sanctioning it is a mistake. One that he on Terra would disapprove of if he were not so busy protecting us from our own failures.
Juno will consider that a moment, say, well, be that as it may, it is for now a legal process we have undertaken by my fiance's right as a rogue trader, and we intend to use her to kill the enemies of the Imperium, at least, until such time as she proves herself to be one.
And then what?
Juno shrugs. I suppose get rid of her. Either send her back to her people or kill her.
I am sorry, Dandrick. If she proves herself to be an enemy of the Imperium, you will just send her back home.
Juno will consider that a moment. Well, yes. She's a very dangerous weapon. She can be used to, as Inquisitor Reeve said, viral infection vector, I think was his phrasing. So yes, back home. She won't live, of course, but she'll take some of her friends with her.
Good, I see you have picked up on Reeve's good traits, as well as his excessive mercy.
Suppose it is inevitable that the student should follow the master.
If there is nothing else in this securitist debate, I must return to engineering.
I do not mean to keep you, Magos.
Flesh Lord.
Yes.
She inclines her head towards Juno again.
You've spine. I like spine. Good day to you, Agent Dandrick.
Ave Imperator, Inquisitor Jean. Juno will bow again.
she'll turn, a slightly slow and arduous process in Terminator armor, and march off.
Once,
Okay.
once she's turned around, Juno will actually just take the time to wave at some of the Stormy she knows. Mouths, hi guys.
Right. Are these some of the ones that survived? I thought
Yeah,
they were
these
ones
are the survivors from our left mission.
that-
And, replacements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once she's disembarked, Eloa's just going to turn back. And
Spreads her hands. Like, what do you want me to do?
rotting cage of biomatter is useless.
There are every shade of Inquisitor. Eloa, some walk the path of the Puritan as much as you once did, and others are freewheeling maniacs like Mayor, and some are just in between. Also, how the fuck did she not notice I'm seeing people while I'm blind?
Most likely
Question
did.
for another day.
No doubt one more check mark in her book for declaring you a heretic.
I don't think she needs check marks. I think if she thinks I'm a heretic, she'll just shoot me. Which would be bad for me, because I'm very squishy.
Correct, you have altogether too much flesh, but she would be dead soon after.
Well, yes. Anyway, all things considered, I think that went rather well.
So, shall we go get your knight?
Yes. Let us do that. Do convey my apologies to Eclectic.
The mystery of her existence is one that must be explored. I will not be lectured by a creature of old habits.
I reckon at this point, Juno and Eloa like walking down towards engineering out of the hole. Well, no, I said very mean things, and that makes me feel bad. Even if she wasn't here to hear them.
Necessary, guys. I highly doubt she'll care.
Still
Although, once I've cracked the secret of her creation, you really should consider augmentation.
no.
I'd rather not live for the next 1,000 years without your nagging presence.
Well, the rejuvenating treatment, you might keep me around for at least half that. Oh gods, I am going to be the grumpiest old lady, I can already tell. Yes, let's get ready
As long
for
as you-
an away mission.
As long as you never turn away from your own quest for knowledge.
Never ever.
Seems the machine god has set us on a very unique path.
That he has. That he has.
I will be tending to your gala field.
Right. I will begin preparing the mission. See you soon.
All right. I think that's where we can wrap it up for today. So, did you explore a new and interesting location?
Not really.
Not yet. Not that I can think
Next
of.
session, however. Next session.
All right. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Let's see. Yeah,
Not
we.
really. Oh, the night. I spent a fate point to
Yeah.
to discover a new truth.
We're pretty sure there's a knight down there, and we now know Inquisitor Jal is deep up our asses and equipped for bear.
Yep. Did you develop a relationship with an important NPC? Yes,
Yeah.
Inquisitor Jal is up your asses and equipped for bear.
Meep.
Did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
Let's see. Amelie continued her path towards assassinhood, and Juno has now some sort of grudging respect rivalry relationship with Jal. Meep.
Fucking got beaten half to death with wrenches.
Or Amy.
Not half to death, mostly to death. But it's okay. We have great healthcare.
All right, and then I accidentally hit my refresh button and lost the
Lost the track.
handout.
So I think night stuff counts as advancing investigations, because boy, that is a long ass quest line we've been on.
Yep. Also, the spine translation, which would have been a more in-depth thing if Snippy had been here, but alas, life. So just happens. Anyway, did you make a sacrifice for the greater good?
Not really.
No.
Alright, 200 XP, everyone.
Hey, I sacrificed my ribs so I could further dodge and destroy my enemies for the Empire for the greater good. It's a very convoluted play, but
Did
it
you say
counts.
200?
Yep.
I do have a question. Once I finish doing this this night thing, will I finally unlock the fourth dot in Forbidden Lore Arcade Attack? Or is that something I still need to work on?
Quite possibly. It depends how well you how well and how much you are in with the night.
31 for 50?
Yep.
Yeah. Alright. Well, I'm glad we got the clench fest out of the way at the end. Alright. If you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for Savin. Until then, take care and adios.